uh, hopping over to the chat today. Probably big topics are going to be uh, Elon Musk of Tesla selling off, I think, 9 million shares or so to fund his Twitter acquisition, uh, as well as, was it 9 million or 4 billion? I'm not sure. Um, and then also, we'll probably talk a lot about midterms. So let's uh, let's head on over.
Good morning.
Welcome everyone. Got a lot of interesting topics today.
Good
We
morning.
got Tesla doing Tesla things and midterms and politics doing politics things. So curious to hear about both.
Opinion, can you put something on the record for me? Yesterday with the 2 minutes to open, I had called out Robinhood puts. Could you verify that I did that?
I can.
Morning, everybody.
Did you buy Robinhood puts?
That trade was a 5.5 bagger. Best of the month so far.
Nice. So you bought it 2 minutes to close yesterday?
No, I held calls from the puts from the previous day. I was holding, but I called out to short when it was at 11.80. No, it's at under 10.
When'd you close?
I closed my position about an hour into the market yesterday.
Nice. Congrats. Nice trade. I believe you.
So, speaking of plays, if I could talk shit about another horrible financial institution,
please do.
I'm looking to enter some puts on Deutsche Bank, ticker DB. The premiums on January puts just seem beautiful right now. And I don't think Deutsche, they have a reputation for doing some shady financial behind the scenes work, and I think I can capitalize upon that with the domino effect that is international banks just seemingly falling, and they're up a lot in the past month, so I think they have room to fall.
So you're looking at selling puts or you're buying?
Buying naked puts.
Nice. You got a price target?
Not yet, but if I post a DD, it will definitely include one.
Anyone take a hit from TTD this morning?
I did. I know there's some chatter about that trade. I know Scald had brought that up with some friendly advice, but I did not follow into it. Didn't look juicy enough to me.
Looks like someone got some squeeze out of that juice. Someone asking in the comments about the IV spike on GameStop. Well, I'm looking at my charts with Interactive Brokers and I don't see it. IV went from roughly 97 to 105, which is relatively...
I believe he's referring to a post in Superstock, which has recently been debunked.
Ah, there you go. All right.
Speaking of Superstock, what's up with GME? Any opinions, Hardy, Hendricks?
Moasses tomorrow.
Nice.
Oh,
And if not tomorrow, then definitely the day after.
It's always tomorrow. Moas will always be the next day.
When it comes,
you want a meme basket play? I'd start with a play. I am currently. Last week I opened bankruptcy play on Bed Bath & Beyond on news that their vendors are withholding shipments. So I've got $1 puts dated out to January, and I'm now considering that AMC is a dumpster fire. Going to open a similar position to AMC today. And that's all hedged with my other meme basket, GME through 3750s in January, which I still believe in. So I'm very comfortable betting on the bankruptcy of those two. And should I be way wrong and the apes are right and we squeeze, then I'm hedged. So YOLO.
So you're all January on both of those plays at $1 each. What's your entry?
I'm gonna take a look at what the nice low bankruptcy strikes for AMC are. But yeah, I'm gonna enter a very similar position, just counting on the fact that it's gonna explode.
Interesting. Nice. Thanks for sharing.
Hey, how is Meta, business going to be affected by this cutting 11,000 jobs? Like,
We don't
I'm
know which 11,000 jobs were cut yet, but the
okay.
expectation is that these 11,000 newly unemployed likely had low impact on Meta's revenue. So it would probably be the communities organization, Reality Labs, and according to Blind anyway, or TeamBlind.com, communities, Reality Labs, and Trust and Safety were the organizations that had a higher impact, or that were more affected by the layoffs than others.
But
It
is
also
this somehow?
suggests
Yeah, sorry, go on.
it also suggests that because Trust and Safety in particular got hit, ad moderation or ad approvals are not as stringent as before. So in this run up to Black Friday, Cyber Monday, I'm expecting a lot more aggressive ads, which may not have been approved maybe 6 months prior.
Interesting.
Yeah, I would expect a lot of those new hires from this year are probably going to be the ones on the chopping block.
Hard to say, but I'm going to guess that anyone who joined Meta in October last year would be feeling the hurt the most because they're the ones whose RSUs vest at when Meta was a $1 trillion company or $700 billion ago.
So anybody have any SPY plays for tomorrow's CPI data? Hardy, Hendricks?
But
Puts on the menu.
well, assuming we don't drop below maybe 370. Let's see where it is. Delta neutral. Yeah, as long as we don't drop below like the 370 range, I'll probably look at November 11, 30 delta puts or maybe 40 delta puts on SPY.
Yeah, for me, it depends on which way it goes today. If it goes down a lot today, because of quote unquote election puts, as long as it doesn't go down.
Just a quick play in the comments. Tech Rant Gaming wants to know, can we talk about the IV spike on GME? Don't think it will take long.
That.
I just want someone. Okay, sounds good.
It's almost Black Friday. They're going to get a lot of sales. It's plain and simple.
Correct, but considering that Amazon had to have 2 Prime Days this year, there's a possibility that Black Friday sales may be down year over year. And that's going to be a huge death blow to any brick and mortar retail who now has a substantial amount of inventory they need to unload in Q1.
Well, if you look at recent trend lines for like a company that's like Vizio, for example, it's almost 100% from what it was. I think it's like almost $9 now. It used to be like 20. Those performed in the market better this year, almost over 100% better, and it's just from them not hemorrhaging money as much as the other companies did.
How does your math work? They go from 20 to 9 and it's 100% better? Could you elaborate?
I'm looking at quarterly earnings reports.
I see. So they exceeded expectations by 100%. That's what you're saying.
Yes. I'm sorry about that.
Got it. Good news is that Vizio does have earnings today after market close. So do you intend to buy calls?
Absolutely. I think that we're going to see a trend. It's going to push some of the electronics markets up quite a bit just before the Black Friday sales. And then that's going to allow them to liquidate at higher prices and maintain a higher income revenue for the final quarter.
All right, thank you for sharing. I do want to point out one possible factor leading into a weak Black Friday, Cyber Monday is the fact that all these tech layoffs have been coming up the last 3-4 weeks. I anticipate we have maybe one more week of layoff announcements before they're done for the year, because it's a very bad look if someone's fired the week of Thanksgiving or in the run up to Christmas. Although if the company does that, puts on them, because odds are they're very desperate.
Is there any thoughts on NVIDIA? Wants to know Grape Ape 1980.
Probably going to go down. Biggest reasons why are the export restrictions, especially for higher power chips, which would normally have been bought out by China. The massive amount of inventory they have for their higher end graphics cards, and the fact that their enterprise sales have been very weak. Although it makes me wonder how that Chinese guy was able to buy a 4080 RX or whatever the high-end graphics card was. There was a picture floating around on Reddit.
And Golden Giraffe, 04 wants to know, any Disney plays? It's down 8% pre-market.
You could probably sell puts if you think they won't go any lower.
Yeah, I will sell puts on the 90s, probably.
Yeah, 30-day, $90 puts sounds like a good play for Disney. Or if you're feeling really strong, keep in mind Disney hasn't been below this price since the pandemic. So the pandemic low would have been, let's see,
98ish.
no, closer to 78. So you might be able, like if you really just want to harvest premium, you might be able to sell the $80 calls. Oh, 80, no, sell $80
Yeah,
puts.
because Disney was at like 89 at its lowest yesterday. So I see support at like the mid 80s at the lowest.
How is that possible? It never hit the 80s yesterday.
Yeah, it did. I saw on Bloomberg the ticker went by. It was at like 89, 80 something.
So yesterday,
After
the
hours,
close.
obviously.
Ah, okay. That's what I was missing.
So does Disney have any movie releases coming up for the holidays or anything?
Avatar, Wakanda, Forever.
Interesting.
Does Mastiffify 1, excuse my pronunciation there, why is Newegg crashing?
Amazon.
Didn't Newegg IPO via SPAC, or were they an independent IPO? Never mind, independent IPO. I'm gonna go with margins in the consumer electronics space where they play have gone down, or they're not selling nearly as many graphics cards as they used to.
I want to say congratulations to everybody that took Roblox puts. It's down 15% this morning.
Is that less or more than the expected jump with the IV crush?
That is generously more than the expected, at least from what I've seen.
Has Dole shown signs of life there, Scald?
Yeah, Dole's moving back on up. We'll see if this regression to book value play ends up working out.
Fair enough.
Oh, I've got February $10 calls. Yeah, I got February $10 calls on it.
Sorry, what's the thesis on buying this banana company again? Like, where the heck did this come from?
Pineapple.
Pineapples.
Oh, pineapples. My bad. Sorry, monkeys.
Hundreds of thousands of acres of farmland.
At least it's not watermelon.
And the farmland has gone up in value, or
Fruit's good.
Their supply.
sorry,
They own the trucks, the store.
They're the
So basically, yeah. So they could potentially absorb a lot of inflationary shocks by controlling all that.
I mean, aren't they still exposed to them by like buying like repair parts or their labor? I feel like just because you own the whole chain doesn't mean that you're necessarily shielded from inflation.
Well, their variable costs would be shipping, fertilizer, and labor. And the revenues.
They own their own ships.
They don't. Their shipping capacity is not their entire harvest. So it just reduces their sensitivity to shipping. It's definitely not zero.
Understood.
I don't know. Just of all companies to land on, Dole was kind of an interesting one for everyone to kind of hop on. But if it works, it works.
Well, it sounds like Skull's driving through internet hell, so otherwise he would be rebutting a lot firmer, I'm sure.
Skull lives on the farm. So I just came here to ask a question. Where are all my hood holders at? Where are you, beautiful Robinhood buyers? I know there's a lot of you out there. You've been
Nobody
talking about
knows.
this shit stock for months.
Nobody really knows where Sam Bankman-Fried is. Simple.
Oh, nobody knows that. I didn't hear you.
I said nobody really knows where Sam Bankman-Fried is.
Yeah.
Simple.
I'm waiting.
I think the word Schadenfreude was made just for you. Like, of all of the people on Earth, that word is your word.
Because he likes poking the pain.
No,
Simple just
I
like wakes up in the morning and goes, "Let me smell the pain."
No, but it's midday here, so this is before lunch. This is a snack before lunch. But I just came.
Schadenfreude snack.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
I just came here to ask a simple question. That's it. Because a lot of people have been talking shit about Hood for months. It's a great company, blah blah blah. We're over exaggerating.
Wait, I'm confused. What's the problem with Hood? It's down like what, 2% in pre-market? That missed some like big news or something?
Opinion.
Well, you got to look at yesterday's whole day.
Opinion. Where have you been yesterday?
Oh shit! Whoops.
Yeah, boy. We had a big shock in the crypto world. That
was
actually
surprising.
affected. Yeah, but it actually affected stock market.
A stock that really should suffer with it is Mara, which I pointed out for puts yesterday, MARA. When Bitcoin is down in this level, Mara goes down to about $4 to $5, maybe below. It's at $9.40 now. I took puts yesterday because their earnings was coming out. I took puts when they were about $10. And that should continue to fall as long as Bitcoin still continues to suffer from this.
Yeah, and also let's not forget, guys, Sam Bankman-Fried, owner of FTX, is one of the main investors in Robinhood. So him getting nuked from fucking orbit is going to negatively affect Robinhood's price, because assumably he may have to sell shares to cover some of the shortfalls.
They already bought it. Binance already bought the company dollars on their pennies on the dollar.
Binance bought FTX.
They didn't buy it.
But what Scald is saying is that SBF also owns 8% of Robinhood. And so if he has to sell that, which I think is like 75% of his net worth right now, then maybe that's what people are preempting by trying to exit the stock.
Yeah, he's got a $661 million net worth and a $500 million position in Robinhood. Well, 400 million now.
But
I think it's 370
somebody
now.
somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But Biden signed a non-binding letter to acquire FTX.
Correct.
So
They're still
that's not
doing
like
DD. So unlike
yeah.
Musk, who did a best and final and waive due diligence, they actually have due diligence. So Binance can still walk away on this deal and
Yeah.
pay nothing.
Yeah, because like it was
So it's not
discussed this
official.
morning, there's bags attached to FTX that they picked up from Voyager. So I'm thinking Binance is just assessing that disaster before they go and say, yeah, we're going to go ahead and buy. Doesn't really matter. Binance has the money. They can do it, and it's in their interests, even if it's like 20% more than they expected. It's still worth it for them to do. So it's very likely
Why?
to go.
They already got rid of
I
the
don't think that Binance
competition.
has the money.
The competition is already out. Why would I buy them?
Because it's very unlikely that they go to zero anyways, right? And it's very, very, very bad for the crypto space if they allow that to happen, because people will lose their fucking shirts. Like FTX customers will lose their money if they allow it to happen, which it hurts the overall industry for Binance, right?
Yeah, this is just a classic inorganic growth, right? You just buy the company, you get their customers. As long as they're not too exposed to Voyager. The question is, Voyager loaned out their assets to Three Arrows Capital. Three Arrows Capital went tits up and went bankrupt, left Voyager holding the bags. Depositors no longer had their deposits. That's a bad look for anyone who's holding deposits. Then from there, Voyager's bags got bought by FTX. FTX clearly in trouble. FTX gets bought by Binance. So the question is, there's definitely a shortfall there somewhere. Somewhere in there, there's a certain number of dollars they said they had that they don't actually have. Obviously, Binance has the income and money to absorb that, but obviously FTX did not.
So looking into Binance and moving forward with it, and I've been saying this ever since Ripple, the company, started with the SEC. So Binance is moving forward with SEC as well. SEC's taken a hard look at them. If we remember in the early 2020 cryptocurrency markets, there were a lot of pump and dump schemes running specifically just on Binance. So the SEC is going to look at that, and that's not going to be great for them. They're going to lose value immediately.
With the fear of this not turning into the full crypto talk, yeah, this was just a statement that crypto actually affects the stock market. I think we went into the wrong direction, boys.
Can we touch back to someone was calling out Robinhood bulls?
Yeah, I did.
I'm a Robinhood bull. In fact, I think I've talked on here 2 or 3 times.
How are you today?
Still
you
a Robinhood bull.
Oh,
Still
really?
a Robinhood bull. Yeah.
It's
we want to
great.
talk about what that drop
We got a
was.
live
As
one,
we know, it was cryptos, right?
Yeah.
Cryptos made up about 7% of last quarter's revenues for Robinhood. I'm still bullish. I don't really care about cryptos.
Weffel, can I ask you a question? Is your voice
Yes,
so
sir.
rough from all the copium you've been inhaling, or what?
No. I think Waffle makes a good point. Like, look, Robinhood took a pretty big hit, but if crypto isn't a big portion of their trading volume, then is it justified, or is it just temporarily trading lower because SBF is going to have to liquidate some shares? Like, I think that's a pretty reasonable argument.
I think both are viable, for sure.
I think the company's shit, but at the end of the day, opinion is right that once the situation with Binance and FTX is settled, this is an overreaction on Hood.
I'm not taking credit. This is Waffle's argument.
Sorry, Waffle.
Hell yeah, Waffles are us for the win. Also, real quick, since I have the floor, I want to bring up Canopy Growth had earnings today. For the past few quarters, they've been gross profit negative. This past quarter, they made it gross profit positive, so I'm quite bullish on them. I'm also a bag holder on them. I bought it at like $8, so naturally I'm super bag holder, but Canopy Growth for the win.
The more you smoke.
They're cash flow positive, but their earnings were lower than expected.
Most Robinhood users use Canopy products.
I'm just gonna say I don't know about their cash flow, but I'm talking income statement, gross profit, so revenue less direct cost, direct costs. Excuse me. Thank you.
What's your average on Robinhood, since we're talking privately?
My average on Robinhood, I think, is currently 13.
Are you thinking about adding more at these levels?
Oh yeah, I sold a lot of puts yesterday, and I'm happy to get exercised on them.
Oh, all right, there you go.
Is your name Vlad?
Nah, but shout out to Vlad. That the what's it called, margin is making me a lot of money, so I'm happy about that. Thank you, Vlad.
Simple. Is your name Vlad?
No.
Simple as the anti-Vlad.
So question, guys. You know, 8:30 yesterday, news broke out that Elon Musk had sold 4 billion in Tesla shares. So, anyone have any thoughts on that?
Oh, don't tell me that. He said he's done selling, Zafina. Come on, you're lying now.
I'm a
What the
liar.
fuck, dude? That's very rude.
I did lie. Okay, it was not
That's
4
very
billion.
rude.
It was
It's very rude.
3.9 billion.
I can't believe all the lies here. Gentlemen, somebody rebuttal him, please. Elon wouldn't do that to us.
Oh yeah, he would.
Elon's
It was a delayed filing. He was too busy playing with himself in front of his computer.
I was gonna say, you're worried about what he'll do to us. Have you seen what he does to his monitors?
Oh my God! Imagine that's what he's doing,
was-
like just selling his shares, and he bursts as soon as he sells.
Sometimes it's
Guys, Tesla's the next Bed Bath & Beyond. You heard it here first.
So actually, I think Meta's headed that way first.
So
Okay,
wait a
we've
second.
muting you now.
So wait, you're saying that Tesla is going to squeeze triple BY style, or it's going to go to zero like triple BY?
I mean, just zoom out. I feel
Skull, your car is so fucking loud.
That was opinion. Tesla to
Oh,
300
my
end of the
bad,
year.
dog. How about now? Is that better?
Tolerable.
No, it isn't.
Tesla to 300 by the end of the year.
So,
Is that a bad bet?
are we playing on speculation about some shares that are sold by Elon, or is this speculation only due to the fact that
It is
we're going off
speculation.
of his? Okay.
Yeah. Also, on that note, it's believed that the loan that he took out to buy Twitter is a personal guarantee. So yeah, he's selling all the shit he can to pay it off as quickly as possible because the interest rate, they believe, skyrocketed on his ass.
I hope this fucking game of Twitter blow up on his face and it's the end of this fucking billionaire. Yeah.
Well, to make it even better, Kathy Woods
who's going to replace him?
$1 million stake in Twitter. They're
So
all
I have it
fucked up.
on good authority that Lucid is going to buy Twitter.
Wait,
No,
what?
I'm going to buy Sorry, I mean Tesla, not Twitter. They're the same company, but yeah.
All right. Thank you for sharing, everybody. What plays do we have?
Anybody doing Unity today? Unity earnings. Roblox dropped, so I think Unity might follow suit.
Yo, I bought those Trade Desk 40 puts. Am I screwed?
Seems like it.
Yeah, Scald, what's your opinion on the TTD earnings or reporting or current trading? Scald's waiting for the next train. Here we go.
I'm still in my car. Can you guys hear me or?
Yeah,
like,
you're
is there
Go
too
ahead,
much?
talk.
You're good.
Go ahead with the Scald show.
You have permission. Go ahead.
Come on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you waiting for me? My apologies. So I bought those Trade Desk 40 puts. Am I just like totally screwed or what?
Yeah, so this was the news that I was saying it was going to pump on, and now it's sort of pumping. So this was, I shared a friendly story the other day and it looks like they saved it for their earnings. Very friendly. So there it goes.
Nice.
Pop goes the weasel.
Yeah, they got a partnership now with Coca-Cola. I mean, that's another CPG.
You think I walk away with half of the value of the puts I bought, or I'm just gonna lose it all, or?
Just exit at open.
40 puts expiring when?
Next week.
Yeah, sounds like you're fucked, my man.
You might see if the market goes red, though. I mean, if you get a couple red days back to back, you might be able to make some of that back.
The good news is you probably live near a Wendy's, so it'll be okay.
Yeah, this is sort of an event-driven move, right? I mean, the fundamentals of the company still haven't changed. And if you look at some of the reason for that pump, I mean, but man, 2 weeks, that's a really narrow time frame, man. If you had bought them a few months out, I don't know.
Serious. Go ahead.
Can we circle back to the guy who was bringing up Unity? You got a thesis on them? I know a little bit about the company. I actually really, really like the company. I just know nothing about the stock.
I was just saying puts because Roblox just shit itself. So I was thinking Unity might do the same, especially right now.
So it's just sector related, like they're gaming?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Serious message 3747 wants to know if we can talk about Oxy.
I'm on Oxy.
Long-term hold, long-term good calls.
They're reporting
So
a picture, that right?
Oxy just bounced down off of Gamma Max. You could probably cash in a good 5 to 8% downward move before returning back up.
For me, oil usually peaks around January. This year might be a little different, but yeah, what Hardy said there is good. If you have some, scale in while it goes down. I'm a believer that you should have your shares and calls on Oxy and ExxonMobil and hold them until January.
Zerg Bob says, I think that Disney can go lower. If you listen to the call, they said they will not turn a profit until 2024. Go ahead and look at the comment section to read more. Any thoughts on Disney?
The basis for them not turning a profit is partly because they don't have the cash flow from the Shanghai Disney park, and they still are paying some of the employees for that park. And they've also sank a shit ton of money producing new content for Disney Plus.
Also, in the thing, it specifically says that Disney Plus will not be profitable, not that Disney itself will not be profitable.
Disney's
They're
one of my
shifting-
long-term holds. I'm just DCAing into it for eternity.
Part of that comment's a little misleading because what they're doing is they're lumping the entire cost of a movie onto Disney Plus instead of onto their syndication network, especially when they do reruns.
That's my thesis on that. You can't look at you can look at Disney Plus as a branch, but really Disney Plus is just part of their movies and TV show making. Like what they're doing largely with the Star Wars and the Marvel IPs are building into the theater size stories. So a lot of it is just about a continuation of the story, right? And just sort of you can consider it as extra revenue on top of what they were making in the movies. Because their movies make $1 billion a piece, like without question. They're printing money making movies, and so they've just added these shows so that they can like add more density to the overall storyline. So I mean, you got to look at Disney Plus and their movie branch together, really.
And not to mention, Avatar #1 is still the top grossing movie of all time, and Avatar 2 is about to come out in December, and Wakanda, the first one, Black Panther fucking was right up there. I think it was like in the top 10 grossing movies of all time. And their second movie is about to come out. So they're going to have some profit coming this next quarter.
They also have the Guardians Christmas special coming.
Is that inflation
Bang, bang.
adjusted? I thought Endgame beat Avatar.
Nope. Avatar still won the top spot, and the re-release threw them even higher.
Yeah, they did a little re-release of Avatar after Endgame beat it so that they could reclaim first place.
Yeah,
I don't think Endgame ever beat it.
A lot of
Moving
comments
away
on
from,
Lucid.
excuse
A
me,
lot of comments on Lucid. LCID. Just curious what you guys think of LCID. Not sure if it's in the market cap either.
What's the name?
LCID, Lucid.
Lucid.
Tell us, Matt.
We know
Tell us.
Lucid. We know Lucid.
Well, earnings happened after hours yesterday, and you all know what happened before earnings. That shit plummeted to about $12 a share, and hit 11 by the end of the day, at least after hours. And then the good thing about it was they increased production. They're up to about 43 cars a day. So I mean, obviously that's still lagging a little bit. Guidance remained the same, and a whole bunch of other positive stuff, but everybody's still taking it so negatively. I don't know why. Jim Cramer said it's not a buy. That means it's a buy. So go buy Lucid while it's this fucking cheap, y'all.
Mask, would you say that the graph of the stock is beautiful? Because I'm looking at it right now, and it looks beautiful, like just a straight line, like a triangle. Look.
That's the descending wedge.
Currently sitting at 124 times sales.
And it closed at $13.50. It's currently trading at $12.30 pre-market.
Yes, we have eyes.
So many things that have to go right.
Offering it by Lucid.
What was the one that asked about Lucid? I didn't catch the name.
That would be IO here. AIIOT.
Well, I was
talk.
reading on the comment section, so just saying there's a lot of LCID questions asking what they thought about Lucid.
Oh, yeah. The best part about it yesterday was the fact that there were more analysts on the call than there were previously. During the earnings call, there was 8 analysts that asked questions. 8. There was like
speaking on analysts,
So the
Mask,
fact
I'm
that there's
gonna
more
hijack
interest is
this.
good.
Mask, I'm gonna hijack this for a second. Speaking of analysts, WallStreetBets is doing a talk with RTX, the now infamous RTX. Be ready for that talk. If you have any questions for them, yeah, the real one. If you have any questions,
where do we post the questions? Simple.
I don't know. Yeah, actually, you can send it to Sad's inbox. Sad. Yeah, I'm
Sounds
serious.
good to me.
Yeah, Sad Molasses is the mod who's going to receive all the RTX questions, and yeah, it's going to be a fun talk. We're really looking forward to it, especially with the controversy that happened the other day in unnamed sub. But yeah, bring your girlfriends, your wives, your boyfriends. It's gonna be a wild one for sure. We still don't know the date or the time, but we're gonna keep you posted. I just really want to know what people would ask them.
Can you
Yeah, this is
sticky that, by the way?
Oh
Not,
yeah, for
not,
sure.
not
We're
in
gonna
here,
stick
but
it.
on like the front page of the subreddit. That would
Oh
be
yeah, we're gonna stick it out when the time is up. But we have some really interesting talks that we're gonna do in the future with the different type of companies, some high profile companies. Yeah, it's gonna be a wild one, boys.
Get ready.
Sorry, Mask, you were talking about Lucid had 8 analysts on the panel talking about earnings. Really exciting stuff.
Yeah, so that means that more interest is being generated, but obviously one of the other downsides is that they're diluting shares. This is because the PIF is planning on buying more shares. So the PIF needs more shares to exist in order to be able to buy them and bring down their average from like 2250 to where they want it at about like 1750, which is what they think is fair value. So hopefully if that happens, then we're going to see a nice little rise in Lucid.
Simple. Were these analysts under a bridge at the time of this stock price?
They were under a tunnel.
Nice.
I thought they were in a cave. I thought we all agreed they were in a cave.
They were in the new Carvana sanctuary cities.
I have Rivian on the other line. They're laughing at Lucid.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm still laughing at those headlights.
Can we bring up Rivian? I have questions.
Rivian's busy. They have to run to the repair shop.
For those Rivian's busy rebuilding its cars.
It's got to be for all those burns, right?
Rebuilding
Matt.
both the cars or just one?
If
just the one that's out of production.
So, Matt, your thesis earlier was that an investor was willing to buy at 17.50. But if the shares aren't issued causing dilution, wouldn't the buy price move down because effectively the market cap or the price for the same market cap would be lower?
Like Tesla?
That's a good point.
Or AMC.
Okay, so what would the move be here? Like, for me, because I'm holding these shares long, and I'm committed to this company regardless.
You're probably better off selling 20 Delta calls, so at least you can try to reduce your cost basis.
And you should be committed.
But what is like the commitment, right? Like, because I always like see like, hey, all
No,
reality
he's
is going
committed.
against me. So like,
No,
but I'm
Zafinar.
still committed.
Zafinar. He's committed.
He
is committed.
He's committed.
Hey,
Just like, how do I
y'all
kill
want to
myself the
deny my
slowest way?
commitment? I am more committed to this stock than I have.
He is committed into the institution, and he's talking outside of his room where he gets 1 hour a day a talk. Go ahead, Musk.
It's actually my shed, but yeah, you get the drift.
Talking about Lucid, what do you guys think about Neo's earnings tomorrow?
It's your mom's.
Neo.
Isn't this like the Chinese version of Tesla or something? I mean, how's this? Is that what that is?
Elon Musk, yeah. My problem with Neo is that they're Chinese and they have their own definition for generally accepted accounting principles. And for that reason, I stand aside.
So what about energy stocks like Vision Hydrogen or
I took a play on Solar Edge. It's an inverter company similar to Enphase. In Australia, they reported earnings, I think, or excuse me, in Israel, they reported earnings, I think, Monday after hours, and they met their growth expectations and had a pretty big pump up. So I sold 200 put going out to December. It's at the price is at 250 now. So if I get assigned at 200, I'm getting the shares at a discount. But if they keep trading above, then I'll just collect premium.
Does anybody follow STEM?
Follow who?
STEM, STEM, the battery storage company.
Oh, yeah. Cap or what's their market cap?
1.8. I think they're just under 2 billion now.
Yeah, they're there. We can talk about them.
I mean, I think they're the leader in energy storage from my understanding, and they've been beaten down quite a bit. That's one that I'm following, and I'm just not sure when an entry will be good. It's one that I think will have a long-term runway ahead of them. But again, you just you don't know when to get in.
Entry will be good right before they go up.
Exactly.
Yes, that's always a good plan.
And they're not that beaten up. Come on. It can always go lower.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, they've actually held up fairly well because industrials have done okay. But I don't know. I was hoping somebody else might have some more insight.
Meta can go lower.
Well, on the Solar Edge earnings call, they were saying there was a really high demand in Europe, probably due to the energy crisis. So I think it's kind of bullish on solar, which I'm sure we've talked about before. European energy independence, since prices go up, payback period goes down if you invest in renewables.
I think you need to look at hydrogen as an alternative source of energy to start investing in as well. I've been looking at uranium for years and years now, and I've seen gains through that. Unfortunately, I must say, I think that hydrogen moving forward is also a great play.
So you trade uranium?
Point us to hydrogen. Like there's so many companies that are talking about hydrogen and trying to develop it. Like
So Vision Hydrogen, ticker symbol VIHDD, it's up 159% year to date. You might see a slight drop or increase in that, just depending on the usage going forward into the coming months. Especially, they're talking about gas lines and things not being used. So hydrogen might be like
below the already
500.
yeah below that already below the market cap that we originally had.
Every hydrogen company is going to be purely speculative play. Right now, hydrogen, I think it takes like 3 times as much energy to get hydrogen out. So it's we're sort of waiting on like a way to get hydrogen that's compressed hydrogen that doesn't cost a bunch of energy to create it.
I should
You know
point
what's
out
the
that
average
industrial
volume?
hydrogen is currently produced by breaking down methane, which is CH4, instead of splitting water.
So the average volume of the stock that you mentioned is 11K. So yeah, a lot of excitement around hydrogen. Really interesting.
Yeah, there are dozens of them.
Not you,
Never
Hardy, the
seen
other guy.
volume like that in my life. 11K? My God, it's
Yeah, you should check
gold rush.
European stocks. You should check European stocks.
Hey, what if we have a space company that can mine hydrogen from one of those planets?
Or an asteroid.
Hey, NASA's currently trying to figure out how to mine that gold out of the gigantic asteroid coming towards us right now.
The movie
What
pitch,
if you could get a girlfriend? That would
the
be
movie,
also cool, right?
movie pitch day is on Saturday, guys. Okay.
I
We'll
wanted to
look up some
touch back
trades,
real
but-
quick on the Dole comment that we had earlier today. And that was specifically on produce. I think that moving forward into this month,
Build it
you're
up.
going to see a rise in produce stocks. Maybe Bayer, because they had bought out, I believe it was Monsanto in 2019. And Monsanto Farms is fairly big in my region.
That's right. Get some pineapples, people. Come on, man. It's the holidays.
But if they're upside down pineapples, I'm worried about you. Now that we're talking plays, though, reminder tomorrow morning, CPI announcement at 8:30 a.m. before market open. I'm not leaving any of my other positions open other than my long-term Carvana puts, which I still have a few left, my TripAdvisor puts, which I think it can go down a little more, and my Mara puts, M-A-R-A puts. Other than that, I'm going to keep my positions open and play SPY at the end of the day, depending on where it goes.
Okay, helicopter. Thank you.
What are the predictions for tomorrow? Helicopter.
Well, it all depends on where we end up today. If we go down to, like Hardy said, around the 370 range, I predict that CPI will come in light and we'll shoot up. Yes, I believe in the market reacting the way that it should after it goes today. So if it stays up today, CPI will be bad and it'll drop down into the 370s. So that's my prediction.
Nice. What about you, Hardy? You got an opinion one way or the other tomorrow? Hardy's on diaper duty. How about Scald? Kick it around the table. All right, moving on. Any other plays out there?
Everyone's taking a mid-speak nap.
It's
So-
it's Dab 35, I believe.
Mouse
I just had to
numerous.
put these
Go ahead.
degenerates down for a second while I walked in here to get a soda from this gas station. I couldn't have you guys yelling your degenerate stuff out to all the customers.
Yeah, we don't want rich people in Ohio.
Yeah, we don't need rich people. But back to this mouse numerous has an interesting play on Chewy and talking about Lemonade Insurance. Check that out when you get a chance. I'm not endorsing it by any means, just reading comments.
Anybody
Ryan
follow
Coyne is a
Latch?
genius.
LTCH, they do. I think they have earnings today. LTCH, they're a smart lock and building access start company. Came out as a SPAC.
They're like $100 million company.
Yeah, they're actually they're
They're
worth
way under
less
the
than
market
their
cap
assets.
too.
Yeah, I've been
That's
adding
wrong.
to my position there as well.
Yeah, we don't talk about anything under 500 million.
What do you mean?
Small,
Yeah,
small
like
enough for the
you.
cup.
He says, yeah, and he starts pumping his stock.
Yeah, what the fuck?
So speaking of
Explain
plays,
yourself.
we talked about Vizio's earnings reports coming out. Was that today? I'm so sorry.
Comedy fucking central today. Does anybody have any plays for the last 10 minutes? I also have
So
something to ask,
someone
unrelated.
in the comments wanted to talk about MViz, which is microvision. And what makes microvision popular for LiDAR is they developed a chip which is capable of repositioning a mirror 30 million times a second. It was used originally as a projector, where basically different colored lasers were pointed at the chip to paint a screen, which required no focusing because it was always in focus. The underlying technology and the patent which they hold on that technology expires in 2024. So I'm wondering what bullish case still exists for microvision if they're not able to capitalize on that patent.
Yeah. Also, how's that technology different than a wavefront aberrometer? I mean, it sounds like almost the same thing.
Higher resolution, longer range.
Ah, gotcha.
Loose Venture, you have any plays?
I was wondering, somebody said microvision. I was wondering about that guy that said microvision was going to go to 200.
Oh, the fractals dude?
Yeah,
that
fractals.
fucking fractal guy.
Yeah. Hey.
Luce, someone was asking for you earlier. I told them you were mopping. I guess you did your floors
That's
already?
true.
But
Yeah, I got an advanced new mop, and I save about 10 minutes every mop job, which is why I was able to get here 10 minutes before the talk ends.
Luce, is that after or before the movie starts?
Yes.
I think I know the name of that guy. I think I wrote it somewhere for a band, but in that document.
I want to see the hood tards. We're the hood tards, the guys that were here last week arguing with me about Robinhood and crypto, and I want to see. Huh?
You just missed one of them.
Oh, shame.
One of them.
They're
Boys
moving
will
into
mock
their
themselves. That's a shame. Hey, who's still bearish on Meta? You guys see the news?
All the more
11K layoff.
Right?
Very bullish. They're trending with that. I love it.
So massive firings equals great news, right? Because that's how the stock market works. And then they reduced their capex estimates for next year from 34 to 39 billion down to 34. It's still the same on the low end, but 34 to 37 billion. So that's being received very well.
So it's going to be a double slap in the face, where if with only 88% of the workforce remaining, Meta's revenue continues to decline. Or excuse me, not revenue, operating income continues to decline.
Yeah, but I think that's expected across the board. Like Meta isn't alone in this. Like Meta's not the only company that's going to be affected by slowing growth. So.
I agree. There are still companies out there that have forecasted double-digit growth, which will be corrected when their Q3 and Q4 earnings come out. So I'm looking forward to looking for those short opportunities.
And also, all the stock-based compensation is going to go down from Meta, but for everybody else, I read a really interesting fact that was actually fucking shocking to me. Google hired 13,000 people last Q. 13,000 people.
Yeah, but if they hired 13,000 to replace 3,000 who naturally attritioned out and another 4,000 who were picked or fired, I mean, is it 13,000 net gain or is it substantially less?
It says 13,000 people in 3 months. Like,
but you understand what I'm saying, right?
Where did you read this?
No, I understand.
Just so I know.
Understand. It's everywhere.
Can you post that?
Boys, just give me a second. Let me find
Can
it
we get
on
an
my mobile.
update on that Facebook employee who was posting on TikTok? Did she get fired? Because if then,
Oh, 100%. 100% sure.
Someone in the comments said Intel's firing 20K.
There's going to be layoffs. Like, I have a couple of friends in Funk, and yeah, there's going to be layoffs everywhere. But
Keep
I
in mind,
also think it's yeah, go ahead, Howard.
the layoffs will continue up until the week of Thanksgiving. So I expect more headlines of companies trying to sneak in their layoffs amidst larger companies announcing their layoffs.
But I also think it's not going to be for a long time. I think maybe 6 months, a year, and then we're back again.
Well, part of my concern, Simple, is when people get laid off, they're not going to spend nearly as much on Black Friday, Cyber Monday. So could this potentially snowball into a lower than expected holiday shopping season?
Random question: is unemployment still paying good?
Well, keep in mind, these are people who are used to earning 100K a year. Unemployment doesn't pay that much.
It's a white collar recession.
Which makes up a good chunk of discretionary spending.
Hey, was anybody long Roblox, or was anybody shorting Roblox? Does anybody have any game porn?
We have that discussion.
Yes, sir. Have Roblox puts, baby.
Very nice. I'm considering. So I was already shorting them, but I'm considering increasing it because YouTube, because I saw a video of some video game streamer, and it's like old, but it just looks fucking awful. I've never actually seen Roblox in action, and it looks like the worst fucking thing ever. And I'm just amazed that the markets threw so much money at that shit.
It's mainly for people that just want to chat privately.
Well, someone said some good DD yesterday about Roblox falling on the Twitch stream, so it looks like their prediction was correct.
Oh, I don't. A Twitch streamer predicted. I mean,
no, it was here during the
yeah,
call.
everything's falling, man. Like, look at all these micro
streams on Roblox had fallen. You know, they used to be one of the top streamed games, so that turned out to maybe be some accurate.
I could tell you any stock's gonna fall at this point, and I'll be 80% accurate because
No, he meant
growth.
No, he meant that the Twitch activity on Roblox is falling, and that's a good indicator of the popularity of the game.
Like, pick your
and
indicator.
Someone here,
what I'm saying is everything is slowing. Like, you don't have to find a specific indicator. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
Nah, yeah, he just put it out there. It's a good Minecraft had that
I give
fate.
you guys a shout out because someone called it here yesterday morning.
In Twitch, is that what's happening?
Compliance with lighted approaching time and crew member instructions. All flight.
What?
Airport.
Oh, he left. Smokes left.
I think they're taking off.
So are we buying puts on Twitch today? Is that the play?
Are we buying puts on what? What did you say?
Are we buying puts on Twitch?
You mean Amazon? Like,
Okay, I'm getting stupider from this last 10 minutes. Please stop, boys.
Okay, in the last 2 minutes, keep in mind that CPI is being announced tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. The expectation is that CPI will be 7.9% year over year, down from 8.2. If you think the CPI announced will be higher than 7.9%, you should buy puts on SPY. If you think it'll be equal or lower, you should buy calls.
Nah, that's not how that works. You know, the markets are going to do whatever.
Yeah.
Especially with the election not being resolved yet. That's going to have a big impact, I think.
I've been selling iron condors on the SPY through CPI reports and through interest rate increases, and that's been working like a charm because volatility is so high.
I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, IV is just, it's literally like priced in, and you don't know, like CPI could be lower and the market still move down because, oh, we think that this means that the Fed is going to pivot, but we don't want that to, it's been bullshit for several months.
What's your play? What's your iron condor
Which
play?
deltas are you trading on the condors, Luce?
Iron Condors, I like to go around close to 30, and then I'll go. Let's say I'll go to November. So what do we got? 5 seconds. So gun in my head. Maybe even go further out, or maybe 370 puts, and I don't know 400. No, 365 puts, 400 calls. Let's just say that.
Hey,
And then you
keep
decide how wide.
talking. Keep talking. Why do you have to end the fucking calls at 30? Are you fucking Dex trader or something like that? You
Take
always
it
you
easy. Take it easy. Oh, man.
Jeez. Ladies and gentlemen, this has
Take your
been a
meds.
special
Take
announcement.
your meds.
So in case anyone
Now we're
didn't know,
definitely what the hell.
the market is open. So
No, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going.
Hey,
you have
yeah.
to keep talking about the market.
Nice pop.
The fucking irony that the guy he got so pissed, but the effect is he actually kept the call going, but now he's gone. So yeah, it's okay. Everybody calm down. I guess opinion, do you want to keep this going?
Some negative energy, man.
Yeah, like why not? Let's keep going.
And
So-
dude was pissed. He was so
Yeah,
fucking
here's
furious.
a play for you guys that are really sad and pissed. I got a good play for you. Go jerk off. Stop being so fucking stressed. Like seriously, go jerk off. Leave the talk, or just let it keep running.
Then
Go
I'll
jerk
tell
off,
no,
and
not
you will
November.
Or
feel
do
better. I
push-ups.
promise you.
Is that financial advice?
Small problem. I haven't stopped. So what do I do now?
Bro, what about no, not November? Like, what the fuck?
Dude, nobody
Follow-
actually does that.
Follow Elon Musk's lead, guys. Do it on the computer. Come on.
Keep in mind that was the guy who said he bought a bunch of puts this week because he assumed all U.S. elections would be resulted by Tuesday, and he learned yesterday that that's not the case. So
Also, don't
the
forget
same
he's the guy
guy.
who screamed at us because we didn't have working mics.
It's also the same guy who told us to buy puts 2 weeks after the fact. So
Captain Hindsight.
I love that guy.
I got a quick question for you guys.
Let's hear it.
It's not that quick.
Well, no, I was just waiting. So the Iron Condor thing, would it be easier for you guys to quickly explain it, or should I just Google it and try to go from there? Just trying to understand. That's all.
Loose.
Google is
Google
always a good friend. Yes.
Yeah.
Iron Condor.
That's what I figured.
Yeah, Iron Condor. You're selling a credit call spread outside of the money. You're selling a credit put spread outside of the money. If you don't know what credit spreads
Low
are, then
risk,
Google that.
low reward.
And puts on
Gotcha.
Google. Puts on Google for not having better instructions to help people.
Yeah, that's the best
Solar
thing
Edge
I've heard
bump.
all year.
So I got a Tesla question. So I have 200. I bought November 18th $200 puts because I knew I just felt like, and I think I've mentioned this a couple times in this room, that Musk was going to do what he did, which was to sell more shares. So now that the shares have been sold, almost $4 billion worth, that dilutes the value of the stock. So should I just ride out the $200 puts until November 18th, or should I take the profit? Thoughts?
I think if
well, this is Wall Street bets. A lot of us just ride it to zero.
Yeah,
Wait,
take profit. Can I say something?
Well, it's in the money, man. It's a $200 put, and it's trading at whatever.
with those,
It has farther to drop. Hold them.
That's what I thought.
Not
it's
financial.
crayons.
Hey guys, can I say something?
Well, loose. He's devalued the company, right? $4 billion worth.
Wait. Did he actually dilute, or were those shares not already like?
He sold his own
outstanding?
shares.
He sold his own shares, but those are shares that are still on the books as RSUs, right? That are.
You can go back and look at the graph on the day he sold last week and see the 10% drop from him selling off. That was more than what the market was dropping.
Yeah, but it's not like dilution, right? Like
Okay.
they didn't
No,
issue
it's not.
new shares.
It's not.
Yeah.
Right.
But I'm not saying like I don't believe your thesis. Like, yeah, he sold a bunch of shares. Like perhaps, yeah, Tesla. I mean, it's fucking Tesla, right?
Can I add something?
Did you go jerk off? You're the guy that's getting all
Yes.
pissed, right?
Yes.
So
Sorry,
I
I'm
trust
sorry.
you had a nice quick wank.
Apologies. I just did it very quickly because you were about to end the call, and whenever you participate, I really like listening to you. So I was pissed off that I don't know who is in charge of this
Hey,
call.
can I
Whenever
cut in here? Can I cut in here? Are you on a no-fly list at all, or
say again,
are you on a no-fly list?
He's a passionate lover.
Wait, journalist.
He's a loose fanboy.
Did you?
I am because he's the only guy who reads financial statements, and you are the only fucking 1,219 people here.
This
Wait
is
a minute.
hilarious.
person here that's
Turn
ever read
it.
a financial statement. Jesus
This is
Christ.
hilarious.
Holy
Wait,
moly.
no,
Wait,
Luce,
back
you
to
are.
Musk. He sold
Wow,
more
I feel Jesus.
no,
yesterday.
you don't understand. What's funny about this is he's saying that I'm the only person that sounds like I read financial statements.
No
So even
comment.
if you other guys do read them, you don't fucking sound like you do.
Let's limit the hate speech. Not everyone can read, and that's okay.
I read 10%.
Damn right.
read
Real quick though, whoever sent that thing that's Musk sold last week, he just sold again yesterday. 9.5 million shares worth 3.95 billion. Filings late Tuesday.
Right. So that's $3 billion more stock that's on the market, right? I mean, it's hitting new low. It's sounding in the
It-
180s.
I don't know.
It's
Someone
9
just said that he
million
did it
new
last
shares.
week. No, he just did it yesterday.
It's 9 million new shares that need to be bought, and apparently contributed to the small drop from like 220 to 190.
But no, I just wanted to correct whoever was saying that shit happened last week. It just happened again.
I have one question. What the fuck's a financial statement?
You belong here. Welcome home.
That's a series of numbers.
No, it's when you work for a bank and then you like walk up to a podium and you're like, I have a statement to make, financial statement.
And you use your big boy voice, and everyone stops and listens.
Hey,
Even
Luce,
if
can
you're
I
just
ask
talking
you?
straight shit.
How can I sound better that I sound like I'm reading financial statements?
You should talk about ratios. EBITDA is good. PE is shit. That's how we know you're faking. You should also look at book value or talk about book value. Don't forget to talk about balance sheet and income statement. Don't forget to discuss operating cash flows. And don't forget to discuss debt.
So basically, Hardy, you don't believe you are laughing at people that basically believe in value investing, right? That's my reading. Because we have to jerk off on gammas, betas, thetas, and I don't know what the hell is an IV.
Hey, well,
I love
Ivy Crush.
Hey, I hope I answered your question well.
So
Yeah, I'm
journalists,
taking notes right now. Sorry,
opinion,
guys.
value investing.
Hands hurt. My hands hurting from all this writing down.
Hardy has assumed my identity. Please
In
take it away,
my
Hardy.
opinion, value investing is problematic because there's so much capital chasing so few opportunities. So if you look at the various multiples that value investing says are good or bad, they're oftentimes blown way out of proportion. Now, my thesis is that the vast majority of the market nowadays is moved by market makers that have become too big to fail. And so in an effort to make money, I look to the currents that those market makers are moving, and I try to ride on their wake. What do you do, journalist?
Well, I definitely have a longer, term and not 24 fucking hours of looking at IVs, crushing and not crushing. I don't know what that means. I basically,
bro,
all right, let me be honest.
This is funny now.
Let me be honest.
No,
I've been okay. Let me just. This is okay. My last statement, if you want. My last statement. Okay. About value versus what you guys do, right? So basically, I went from 40,000 of a portfolio back in 2014 to 220,000. This was in euros. Okay, so doing purely value investing. Okay, I built my own tool and whatever. Since last year, for some reason, I discovered this fucking word, Reddit thing. Okay, and I started gambling on all these options, blah blah thing, and I blew up my fucking portfolio by 60-70%. Okay, so yeah, value investing works. You have to be long term driven. It fucking works. Okay, just it's very easy to make money on value investing. It's very easy to basically make huge losses on what you do. Only few, few.
Welcome
Yeah,
to
that's the
Wall
point.
Street's
People-
value.
He's okay. Journalist. He came on strong, but yeah, you got a good point, and I think it's important. Like all the Wall Street, everybody here, like make your YOLOs and everything, but you can still be smart on the side. Like be dumb here because that's we're in Wall Street Bets, right? And it's funny, right? But you can still make smart trades on the side and still invest in a long. Like I'm willing to bet that 90% of you do have like an actual long term fund of some sorts of some size, like retirements, right? So like you don't have to pretend 100% of the time that you don't ever consider like long term, value plays, right?
I've been storing Wendy's patties in my freezer for at least the last 5 years, and I can.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, also if anybody else,
Stole pineapples.
yeah, if anybody else would like to ask me a question, I'm glad to have somebody else answer it for me. Since that
Onset Medical is pumping OM this morning. I'm long Onset Medical dialysis, home dialysis.
So
They have a market cap of $12. What are you doing, bud? What's their market cap?
He invested
550, baby.
Sorry, he invested
today.
Wondering why his portfolio went down.
Listen,
Okay, so
dialysis
the
is a huge
senior,
market, and home dialysis.
They're getting their
is huge.
Social Security checks. What is it? 8.7 increase on all of their benefits. So I think that with that increase, you're also going to see an increase in prosthetics markets.
And crickets.
Hey, some of us are working right now, man.
I'm not doing anything but trying to play YOLOs.
Hey, so I'm looking to go into BAC, JPM, as well as MS next week. They've been down this week, and usually a good trend reversing opportunity for me. So I'll be going to financial calls next week, buying today. So that's my play.
Hey, by the way, thanks for bringing up that.
Buying up this dip on Hood.
Hey, hang on, one at a time, gents. Who is? Does anybody? By the way, what were you saying?
Oh, that was me. I was gonna say, thanks for bringing that whole SPY stuff into the picture for once the whole CPI stuff comes out tomorrow. I'm gonna do the whole. I'm actually reading up on iron condors right now. Fairly new to this, but I really appreciate it.
If you for the this is just an option. Okay, so like I'm not saying this is the way, but if you're typically just like a classic value investor, or you just pick stocks and that's it, you hold it for the long term, whatever, but you do want to get at options and you don't want to do it like the terribly dumb way, Tasty Trade has a decent procedure, like a decent setup, and it's I wouldn't call it beginner friendly because that makes you think like you could just do whatever they do. But they have like full fucking courses and everything, and it's all free. Like I don't think they charge.
Trade's legit.
Yeah, and you don't have to use their platform. Like you don't have to do anything. That makes them money. So they have a shit ton of YouTube videos, and they're pretty good on the educational side. I got to say they're probably the best in terms of education because they give you the terms, all the terminology. They explain everything, but they're not just like a Investopedia type. Like it's pretty good. So I would encourage you checking out Tasty Trade. Again, it's not like, oh, it's the best and that's it. Some people they like Tasty Trade that much, but I just think it's a very good option if you're trying to get into trading.
Optionalpha.com. Optionalpha.com is another very, very good educational website.
Did you say Tasty Trade?
Yeah, Tasty Trade. It is what it sounds like. Yeah.
Thanks.
I got a question, bro.
I was gonna say real quick, Option Alpha, don't pay for shit from Option Alpha. That guy's kind of a shill. Like he's got some good information, but don't pay for his shit.
I think most of his educational stuff is free, is it not? It used to be.
Hey, do we have any investment questions for journalists?
I do have a question, if that's okay.
Oh,
yeah,
I
I had a question for Hardy, but it can wait.
Go ahead, Scott.
Hardy, you got any liquidation bots running, man? Because it's going nuts.
Y'all sound like you're trying to flex, but you're like showing each other your penises in like the public talk. Nobody knows what you're talking about. So we're like pausing to like, go ahead, ask your question. And then everybody else is like, what are you talking about?
It's when crypto breaks down the liquidation bots harvest. So I know he's the only other person. He's the only other person I know that runs liquidation bots. It's been stupid good money over the last 24 hours.
Aot, were you going to say something? We're journalists, or
Yeah, I was going to ask you. No, I was going to ask you, Luce. You talked like a long time ago, around like May 2022. You said look at what analysts say, not their price, and I was just wondering if you could kind of give some shed some light on that.
Sure. Well, first, does anyone else want to answer for me before I answer? Okay. All right. So simply put,
I'll go ahead, Luce.
All right. So simply put, analyst price targets are mostly, well, I'll put it this way. All price targets are basically arbitrary, right? There's liquidation value and there are trends, right? And what the analysts do is they simply follow the trend. You know, if stocks are going down, they're going to lower their price targets. If stocks are going up, they're going to raise the price target. It doesn't have to make sense. However, it doesn't mean the analysts are just 100% full of shit, because these guys, most of them, like I've known some analysts, well, plenty of analysts actually, and most of them really know their shit, and they know a lot about the industry, and they've done all this research basically for you. So whatever you see in an analyst report, look for specifics. Don't just look for, and a lot of times it's obvious. So you might see like, we expect cash flow next year to be 9 billion versus 10 billion this year. Obviously, all they did was decrease cash flow by 10%. So that's not a very like specific thing to do, right? Or at least it doesn't sound like it. So whenever you see, and it's not just like numbers, percentages, right? But there are things that are obvious. If they say the trend looks to be slowing down or whatever, if they say things like, I don't know, Roblox, unearned revenue has been really high in the past, and that's dropping fast, and we think that reflects lower revenue in the future. That's pretty specific, you know, and that's something that you won't know right off the bat. So that's why I say, like, read the analyst report, listen to what they say, look for specifics on the company or even the industry. That can be helpful too. A lot of them will provide like industry reports, like quarterly reports on the industry, or even like the sectors. You know, Fidelity does these quarterly sector reports. So listen to what the analysts say, look for the specifics. The price targets they're mostly bullshit. Like, I have my own price targets, but it's not like, that one's really high, so I'm going to buy that stock and only that's like, it's not how it works. Nobody gives a fuck about price targets. So yeah, the analysts do the research for you. And once you get used to it, it's pretty easy to pick out like which ones actually know what they're talking about and which ones don't. And I would say the big ones are, in case you wanted, the big ones are that I look at: Barclays, Evercore, JP Morgan, Oppenheimer. Morningstar is just like a perma bull now. It's weird. But they're typically fairly good.
Do you use a platform that aggregates those, or do you go to those individual websites and try to do it? I use TD Ameritrade, and they have like a decent, I don't know if Schwab or anybody else has like a good platform that they bring all that together where you can kind of see everybody's at once.
Yeah, I mean, I do. Yeah. I suck some dudes off and they give me access to Capital IQ. But you know, most people don't have that. Yeah. So yeah, whatever you can get your hands on, really. And if you Google, somebody share this in the comments if you know what I'm talking about. But if you Google like a certain like string of words, like something like analyst report .pdf maybe, and just type in like a ticker, like test it out with Apple, use the ticker Apple, and then add like analyst or equity analyst report .pdf, something like that. You'll find historical like reports. And you know, it's not always helpful for like right now, but it can help to see what analysts have said about companies in the past. So Yeah, if you Google something like that, it should pop up. Like older reports will pop up, and you can look at those for free.
You are the voice of the reason, man. You should always be here in this group. And now you know what's going on Harvey's side. Harvey's muted, but he's yelling at his home saying, "So what's the bet? What's the bet? What's the bet?"
Hardy's a good guy.
Wow.
Yeah, he's a good guy. But
should I boot you now or later?
I was beginning to like you, journalists.
It's all right. We need a
What
little
else do
chaos
you
here
have
and there.
to
It gets
say?
boring.
Do you want to know how I got?
All hail the voice of the reason.
Okay, I would like to follow up a question, Luce, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
So you stated that you should make sure that opinions are backed up by data. Whenever someone tells you their opinion, make sure it's a quantitative statement and has value. In this day and age now, how do you take the data with a grain of salt, but also read into it as being valuable data? And how long should you hold on to the data as being relative to today, meaning 30 days, 90 days, etc.?
So the second part is this easier answer. You should update yourself at least quarterly. Earnings reports at least quarterly. Data will go out of date, right? And know that companies' management, earnings calls, earnings expectations, those are updated by the quarter for the next quarter, like mostly. Nobody came out, none of these big CEOs that know their shit, that have very good economists, at their side, none of them came out in June saying we expect our revenue through the next year to drop by this much because of a recession. They didn't say that. They waited till news was already talking about it, and it was like the next thing on the docket, right, for the next quarter. Oh, by the way, third quarter earnings, those are going to be down. Oh, and then third quarter comes around. Oh, by the way, fourth quarter earnings are going to be down. So always update quarterly, but you do need to try to be a little bit ahead of, that's the whole point, right? Otherwise you're just picking the same stocks that everybody else does and you don't have an edge, right? So you need to try to be able to forecast to some degree. Know that management, they're not going to give you long-term forecasts. They just won't. They're gonna save that for like the immediate quarter. As far as like data, and take data with a grain of salt, if it's like quantifiable data, if it's real, then it's real. You take it at face value, right? So like opinions you take with a grain of salt. Data should be legitimate. It should be hard data. Now, if you say you're reading an analyst report, whatever, say somebody has data for forecast, right? And they say we expect the digital advertising industry to slow down by 10 to 15%. What I would do personally is I would be more conservative, and I would say, what happens if it's 15 to 20%, lower, right? So that's what I do. That's my version of, I guess, like taking data with a grain of salt. I look at forecasts and I try to be more conservative because that always comes back to the stock price, right? So, and it all, for me, particularly right now, in terms of long-term investments, investing in the markets at all, it's all about free cash flow. That's the number one priority. If we go back to the bull market, super bull market again, I'm going to care a little bit less about free cash flow. But right now, it's what's going to happen to this company's free cash flow. If analysts are saying this industry is going to slow down, revenue is going to drop like 10%, what happens to the bottom line? Not bullshit net income, not GAAP, PE, none of that bullshit. Hard cash, free cash flow. So at that point, I'm going to be conservative. Okay, what if it drops 20% more than what they say? What does it look? What does the stock look like then? How much free cash flow is there? So that's my version of being, of looking at data, and I guess I just prefer to be conservative rather than like question it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and it's a lot of people think that it's difficult to basically give a price to a company where you are an outsider. Actually, it's the opposite. If you talk to some, let's say the management are so hyper focused in details of the business that they get lost in details. So as, for example, you were saying, a lot of companies or a lot of management, basically they did not anticipate this inflationary pressure, 3-4 quarters forward. because they were hyper focused on their, whatever daily shit is going on, and business as usual, for people. So for example, a clear example, if you talk to, let's say, a director in a utility company, and you would see that this utility company is trading at 5 PE with an 8% yield and a growth of 10%. That was a real case, by the way. The director would get lost into fucking details. Oh no, but the government this, the bill that they passed this thing, blah blah blah. And they would never ever own these kind of investments because their basically their interest is reserved by good packages, salaries, whatever. So as an outsider, if it's easier to basically value, but you have to play a bit longer term. And yeah, as you say, free cash flow basically is the king, and even more now with the interest rates basically going up. That's what we are seeing in the stock market, a revaluation, repricing. And what is repriced? The free cash flow, basically.
Louis, we all thank you for taming the wild beast known as journalist.
Yeah, see, I think that ended all right. Yeah, we're all friends
So,
now.
I have the last question. I saved the hardest for you, if that's okay.
Oh, the last question. Oh, all right. This guy's
Yeah.
ending the talk.
No,
Yeah,
no,
sure,
no.
what-
I'm ending
all
my,
right.
my I'm getting off the stage here. I'm gonna let other people come in.
Oh,
So
all
I'm
right.
not into no calls here. So feel free, anyone, to jump in right after this. So you talked about Meta, and you said basically you got to remove your bias by doing research with data. And then when you find something undervalued, then use data, blah, 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 right? And then you also said don't do it backwards because you'll just be looking for confirmation bias. Now, I was curious, based on where Meta is now, and obviously this is kind of just allowing you to answer any way you want. I'm not looking for an exact answer per se. But I was curious, you said your advice was based on numbers, was it a good company? And separate the bias from my investment decisions. How would you give a bull case, pretending, right, for Meta now?
I would look at Meta the same way a lot of people were looking at Intel, say a year ago, right? And I'll get to the what actually happened part, right? But first, I would like a lot of people. You go to r/value investing, and 70% of the posts were about Intel, and everybody's saying Intel is so undervalued, blah blah blah. Look at the company's track record, look at their history, look at their financials, look at the fundamentals, look at the value. Everything, all the boxes were checked, like historically. And it was the only way you could question Intel or the idea of buying Intel stock was by looking at the future and saying, okay, Intel, yes, they lost market share to AMD and Nvidia and some other companies, right? But it's still Intel, right? They're still one of the stalwarts in the semiconductor chip industry. So, okay, what's going to happen going forward? Intel said we're going to spend a lot of money. There's going to be a lot of capex. The supply, the semiconductor chip supply and demand picture is going to normalize, and prices are going to come down, which means all those companies are going to make less money. So Intel they put up a big banner and said we're going to invest heavily into the semiconductor chip industry to try to recapture market share. Our free cash flow is going to go negative. It's going to be negative for a few years. Our margins are going to go down. And by the time, if you're forecasting the industry and you know something about supply and demand for the semiconductor chip industry, you know that by the time all those facilities come online, and not just one or two, but by the time they are in a very good position to recapture market share from AMD and Nvidia, the semiconductor chip business cycle will probably have restarted. So maybe prices come back up, but maybe prices start coming back down by the time all their facilities come online. So you have the fact that you can point to negative free cash flow because of really high capex. You have the forecasting of the business cycle that's a risk, right? And you don't know that they're going to actually turn the company around. They're going to recapture market share, right? People were still throwing money at Intel. And at that time, I liked Intel, but I really liked it. And I was like, I know it's Intel and the value, like look at the valuation, right? But because of the forecast and because I thought it was reasonable, I was like, I can't buy Intel. It's just I wouldn't allow myself to do that. And everybody that asked me about it, I was like, I agree. It's a great fucking business, or at least it was, right? But the decisions they're making now mean that it's not going to be a buy for the next several years. And it still isn't going to be a buy for the next year or two, right? But this is all based on free cash flow and forecasting their specific industry. Now, let's go to Meta. What did Meta say? Okay, so looking at Meta, same thing as Intel, right? We're looking at financials, fundamentals, valuation. Meta's business, digital advertising, right? Social media. That's the core business. That's what, 99% of the revenue, right? Fuck Reality Labs. Okay. At least for now, it's not doing anything for Meta. It's just detracting from their cash flow, right? And that's what we care about is cash flow. So we look at Meta, their past, fucking great. Every single time that there was an interruption in their revenue growth, or it started to slow, or their user growth started to slow, I think 2000, maybe 17 or 18 was the last time. And then back in 2014 or 15 was like Cambridge Analytica, all that bullshit. Every single time that happened, Zuckerberg, I assume it was him because he has 100% control of the company. He leaned into it. They increased CapEx. And then within 1 to 2 years, you had 100% revenue growth over the past 2 years. It's fucking ridiculous. So that's the history of Meta, right? But just like Intel, they had a great history, right? So the history of Meta, the track record, I would say, was better than Intel because Intel lost a shit ton of market share. And I think the stock price over the long term reflects that, right? With Meta, I think they had a way better track record than Intel. Talk shit about the business. They steal ideas. That's the fundamental, the core fundamentals of fucking Meta is stealing other people's ideas, right? But hey, they're making a shit ton of money. And investors kept throwing money at them. So now you look at it now. What's free cash flow going to do? Zuckerberg said we're going to there's going to be massive capex. Okay, just like Intel. Margins are going to go down, just like Intel, just like a lot of these other companies, right? Intel said our free cash flow is going to be negative for the next few years. Meta, our free cash flow is still going to be about $20 billion for next year. That's what I'm looking at. So throw money away at the fucking metaverse. Who knows if it ever works? I don't know. Maybe growth slows. Maybe revenue growth is flat for the next 2 years, right? But when they're saying they're going to spend all that money and they're still going to have free cash flow of like 20 billion. It's crazy to
building
me.
a pro forma on that, Luce?
Yeah. I do, or not just pro formas, but I do projections for every company that I'm analyzing. So it always comes down to free cash flow yield for me.
What portion of the free cash flow is currently being modeled by the market as a result of this increase? Because at least from the pro forma I pulled together very quickly, it looks like market is pricing a 3 to 5% premium over projected free cash flow.
How are you?
I'm probably missing something.
Like, how are you calculating that though? Like, what's your formula?
I'm basically taking the headcount reduction, making a very naive assumption that everyone's being paid the same, reducing the payroll. The payroll expense by the estimated payroll expense by 13%, and then pretty much all SG&A by 13% to account for that.
But what's your valuation method though? Like, how are you getting that figure?
What do you mean? I'm discounting their most recent income statement.
I think, Hardy, you overcomplicate it.
Okay. How would you put together a pro forma journalist?
I don't know if it's easy to explain here, but basically
I'm overcomplicating it. That's fine. What is the simpler way to do it, journalist?
He would contact Luce.
And by the way, don't take it hard with me. I was just, kidding with you. I loved you, Hardy.
You're welcome to criticize me, but you need to offer a solution before saying it's a problem.
All right.
Take it. Calm down. You're back again to the what's the bet? What's the bet? You see, you need to be patient, right? Just open the fucking Excel sheet. All right. Take the last
it's okay.
10.
Listen, journalist.
All right.
Just Let us all. What's going on here? Why are you meeting? Let us all be grown men and talk like gentlemen, huh? Oh wait, did you kick journalists? Oh, I guess so. I guess you kicked them.
I think
All right. I thought you were gonna let him talk.
There's the local GP holding loose, so you had to run.
I think it was. I think his internet lost service.
All right, that's all right.
He's out of gas. His generator died.
Well, I was just saying, he asked him a question and he kicked him. It's like, but all right, no worries. I don't even remember what we were talking about.
Luce, I have an important thing to tell you. When you started talking, you were talking about maybe buying Roblox puts. They spiked up from 15% loss to a 5% loss. I bought Roblox puts. By the time they kicked them, I was up 40%.
Yeah, that was all me. Obviously, I did that by myself.
Good morning, guys. This is the moderator wrangler. I was a GME retard. Just wanted to give some insights into the markets today, if I could have the floor for like a minute.
Oh, please.
I know everything is down today. First off, if you're feeling suicidal, please call the National Suicide Hotline. Don't actually go for the don't try to find the floor with your head. Let's put it that way. Now, Disney was a good play yesterday. I was listening to you guys. Even though they're down, I see that they're getting like 31% increase in subscribers. Roblox is extremely popular with kids, and the engine has been updated to a point that I think Roblox is actually a great, strong buy. And as far as I can tell, Intel, even though they're going to be, negative on earnings, they're building really good graphic components, and I think that Intel could actually corner out a bit of the market here. Those are my takes. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. Hey, Luce, you like Roblox?
Yes, and by yes I mean I think it should die. I think that company should have never gone public.
You feel like journalist feels about Hardy?
What do you think about Meta buying Roblox?
Oh God, no! I would sell. I would close my fucking
Meta. Go in the shit together. They can
every
go down together. That would be good.
Every
Real
trade
quick,
I have on Meta, I would flip it to a short.
Is Trading Desk puts guy still here? It looks like you've been saved by the market. You can thank the market for that. Make a sacrifice to the bear gods.
So to the guy who was a GME bull who just was speaking, what do you think of GME right now? Going down to what is it, like $24?
Well, it's kind of obvious. I got banned on my
The lower the better.
I got banned on my original account because I sold at 400 and I think actually, if I remember correctly, some of my calls I put them for 420 as a joke and they filled.
Legend.
Wait, why did you get banned for selling?
Pardon?
Why did you get banned for selling? I don't get it.
Well, because everybody at that time on WallStreetBets was the buy and hodl crowd. You know what I mean? Like the Fugazi was strong on WallStreetBets, and everybody couldn't understand. There's no reason GameStop should have been at $400 and something. And if you didn't take your gains then you were just, unfortunately, diamond hands. Diamond isn't the most valuable thing on the planet. So, you just kind of held De Beers all the way down.
Quoting with journalists, that would be bullets.
So, you're evading a ban, right? Is that right?
No, I'm not evading a ban. I was invited back because unfortunately a lot of the predictions were right. I was the Etsy guy about 3 years ago. I called Etsy and they ran about 40% up.
Hey, anybody here holding VERU? There's a halt on it. I wondered if they knew why. News pending.
FDA meeting.
Really?
Really?
Sorry, so your ban from 2 years ago was a 1-day ban that was automatically sent by a bot. Probably. There's no context here, but I assume that it must have been because you were spamming something, probably rocket emojis or
No, it was Etsy.
Damn.
Etsy calls, Etsy leaps, and I was calling it like 130, 140. They rocketed to like 220 at one point.
Opinion, can we just ban them again for another day?
Oh, wait, you were banned
Yeah.
from WallStreetBets or you were banned from Superstock? Which one?
WallStreetBets. I was part of the Discord crew, like back in the day when,
I mean, look, I'm looking at the ban log right here, and it says it's a 1-day ban that was automatically issued by a bot, and the reason given was just that it's a bot, and your post. Oh yeah, sorry, there is context here. It's you made like a really short, shitty thread that automatically, based on length, got you a 1-day ban because we were completely overflowed at the time. So
So
didn't really have anything to do
he had
with-
a one day ban from a bot, and you've taken yourself off the call for 2 years.
I've been banned. I think
No,
everybody
let's put
here's been banned at some point.
Do you know the Discord? Like
I got a
that's-
whole account that's banned.
Are we done with this? I have some info on Roblox if anybody is interested.
I'm
interested.
Okay,
I'm down.
So the way I see it is any potential long short, it's like there are upside risks, there are downside risks. So I'll cover the downside risk. I don't really know the upside risk for Roblox. I'm gonna be honest. But looking at their financials, so I briefly touched on this earlier. They have a shit ton, or they typically book a lot of revenue as unearned revenue. So it shows up on the income statement as revenue for that period, but technically they haven't really earned it yet. So basically, all that number reflects is them selling like gift cards, right? But the money on those gift cards hasn't actually been applied. It hasn't actually been used in the Roblox verse, whatever the fuck they call it. So, to throw on an example, let's say they sell $1 billion in gift cards, and only 20% of that 1 billion is actually spent. They can still report, let's say 500 million. They can still report half of it as booked for that year, and that will be on their income statement, right? So that's just an example. And their
Hold
logic,
on, that doesn't make any sense.
I agree. I agree.
Hold on.
But
can you
yeah,
clarify?
go
So
ahead.
hold on. So, but they don't make money when people spend money inside if they buy Roblox.
They don't ever make money.
But they make their money when they sell the gift card, not when it's spent in the they would be double dipping, which is I think what are you saying? If somebody
Selling
spends
the
the
gift
$10, yeah, you're selling the gift cards, you make the money, and then if they spend the money inside, they would probably actually lose the money because then they're paying whatever percent out. I guess because
Selling the gift card produces a liability technically because the service hasn't yet been rendered. Once the Robux have been spent, then the revenue from the gift card is recognized.
Yes, exactly. Probably answered it quicker than I could have.
So I sell you something for $20 that's worth $20.
It's like buying an airline ticket, right? You haven't flown the plane yet, so the airline technically owes you the value of the ticket if for whatever reason that plane doesn't take off.
But so you're telling me those gift cards are fully
hang on.
refundable?
This is very common. And yes, people can always get a refund. Okay, this is very common. A lot of companies do this, but this is just the first part of my point. So if I'm already losing you, then yeah, you might want to brush up on unearned revenue and accounting, because this is just the first part. So a lot of companies do this, and a lot of production companies that make goods, products, they will have unfinished inventory or whatever, right? That they already billed for, they already charged. So you'll see some unearned revenue, but typically it's not that big. It doesn't comprise too much of the revenue for that period. Well, for Roblox, let me read off some figures for you. 2020, they had revenue of 924 million. Unearned revenue was 966 million. So the unearned revenue was higher than revenue for 2020, actual revenue for 2020. 2021, unearned revenue of 820 million versus actual revenue of 1.9 billion. So it was smaller, but it was still close to 50%, but it was also decreasing. Last 12 months, 2.2 billion in actual revenue, and 484 million in unearned revenue. So that unearned revenue figure is dropping, and so is their revenue growth. So, and if you look at estimates, I look at ticker.com because it's free, and you get like Bloomberg estimates. You get aggregated Bloomberg estimates. They got about 21, 22 estimates for revenue for this year and next year. For this year, they're expecting a 1.5% growth in revenue coming off of 108% last year, coming off of 82% the year before and 56% the year before. So what I am saying is this unearned revenue, the key part about this is it's basically showing you the forecast in revenue growth. So as unearned revenue is dropping, so is their growth. They went from 102%, and now they're going to have almost no growth, 1.5% growth. I wouldn't be surprised by the time full 2022 financials are booked that there's no growth, that it's zero. So, and then look forward a year, throw in a recession. They're trying to expand internationally, where the margins are way lower than they were than they've been in the U.S., and they're having to spend more money to expand. I think that 17% expectation in revenue growth for next year is going to drop. And as I touched on earlier, analysts, they just follow the trends. So they're going to change their estimates. This has happened across the board for the past 6 months. You've seen estimates drop just across the board. And these analysts are supposed to know everything, right? But they're just following the companies on a quarterly basis. So I wouldn't be surprised that 17% expected growth in revenue drops to below 10%. So what I'm seeing is a dramatic slow in revenue growth for Roblox. It's already in effect. It's already happening. Margins are still, if you look at net income, that's still negative. If we look at cash flow from operations, that's positive, but free cash flow is still like really, really low. So I think typically I like Warren Buffett's style. He looks at operating earnings, but I like his style of going for like a 5% hurdle rate. So looking at free cash flow, I want to see 5% of enterprise value, right? That's looking to be almost negative for the next year. So their margins are still weak as hell because they're spending money to expand. Now, if they say we gotta reduce headcount, I haven't looked at the earnings report. They just announced, I think. But if they say we got to reduce headcount and that means slower growth, well, that's even worse for a high growth company or what used to be a high growth company. So they have increased costs. There's high risk of them slowing down, reducing headcount, high risk of revenue slowing. And the juiciest part of all this to me is the fact that if you look at every single high growth company over the past 2 years, every recent IPO, SPAC, merger, whatever, Roblox has not yet tanked the way all those other companies have. And you can look at just the stock price chart and you can look at actual valuation. So if you look at Coinbase, for example, it went from $430 down to now it's at 48. Carvana, a high of 377. Now it's at fucking 770. Roblox.
Yeah, but those fundamentals are entirely different than this business. I don't think that's a fair. That's not.
What do you mean entirely different? So why does that justify that it shouldn't drop, even though revenue is come to a screeching halt, and they're going to have to probably reduce headcount and slow revenue
Everything
growth
you
even
said
further?
before that was fine. I think correlating SPACs and all that kind of stuff. Every business is different. I don't think. I mean, that's like trying to.
I'm not talking about the business. I'm talking about the valuation of fundamentals, revenue growth, cash flow, and valuation. That's what I'm talking about.
I could speak of Carvana. I've been looking at their financial statements in depth all the way back, and they only showed profit one quarter, and their cash position has always been pretty crappy. The only time it was ever up is when they got the new loans. So he's speaking the truth with overvaluations of company when their financials aren't very good.
Well, yeah, that was the last two fucking.
Maybe you don't like Carvana, Coinbase. I was just throwing out examples.
Well, you
I
just
bet I could
mentioned
find you 30 other
certain
companies.
that this hasn't dropped as much. I mean, it peaked at like 120. I don't know. I can't see 125 maybe, and it's at 30. So I mean, that's a 75% drop ish. 70%.
You haven't seen these other high growth companies. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? All these high growth companies that have fallen like 90, 95%.
Well,
and
yeah,
Roblox
they were
I mean,
all overvalued.
Peloton. Oh, I'm not disagreeing with that. Those are bad, but those are. I think it's hard to compare the two.
What I'm saying is the financial picture is
blatant
very
fraud.
similar.
It's absolutely fraud.
I think
I mean,
Coinbase provides a better service than Roblox. Like,
100%.
and I'm short Coinbase. Like, I'm shorting the shit out of Coinbase. So if we're talking about the business, like the viability of the business, there are plenty of other companies that have fallen more than Roblox that I think have a stronger business and actually have better growth and better margins. To your point.
I was dropping quality DD on Roblox like a year and a half ago when it was all hyped up on WallStreetBets. And that consisted of me just shit talking everyone in the comments when they would hype it up and say it's a single game that's gone public on the stock market. First of all, fuck off. We don't need single games being traded on the stock market. And then they would hype up how much their kids play it and how awesome it was. And they would repeat that every quarter. And you just look at the negative earnings and then the past year, how they missed earnings every quarter, even with it being negative. Like it's just like, okay, this is all great. Lots of kids love the platform, but they can't make money even with all of this explosive growth. So how are they going to do it later? And there weren't good answers. So that was my DD.
Well, if I can posit something on Roblox real quick, guys, from looking at how kids really respond to this platform and the fact that you have people like yesterday, a guy brought up some great DD. Like he's got a 13-year-old son where he's old enough he could be playing AAA games and he still goes and plays Roblox. I've watched so many kids learn coding and development through Roblox. Like it's actually kind of nuts if you think about it. The only reason the company isn't really in profit is because they're not going to kill a model that has basically just kept growing and giving kids access. In a sense,
that's bullshit. You want to know how I learned how to code? On a TI
I'd like to
calculator.
clarify.
Okay,
I'd like to clarify right here, really quickly. That's anecdotal evidence from individuals. The only person providing real DD on Roblox is Luce. He's talking about the financials. He's talking about the core business valuation, and he's talking about projections. Like that is actual DD.
By the way,
how
what
you
up, Luce?
feel about a company?
Yo.
Sentiment analysis is notoriously bad.
Look, so I don't know any kids personally.
There's nothing about me that's simple.
I don't know any kids personally because I don't have any and I'm not a pedophile. So I don't have DD on kids. However, what I'm to summarize the whole unearned revenue, the trend, the forecast, what I'm saying is you have a blueprint of how the company is going to perform going forward. And it's saying that their growth is going to come to a screeching halt and their margins are going to go down. So they're going to make even less money. Cash flow from operations is actually positive, but it's already down this year compared to last year. They had their time in the sun, just like Carvana, just like Coinbase, just like all those other companies. Too many to fucking list right now. Plenty with shittier business models than Roblox, some of them with better business models. But they had their time in the sun. They didn't figure out how to make real money. They didn't innovate. So Roblox is now going to advertising and they're trying to expand internationally. So they started off in the most profitable region that exists on planet Earth, which is the US. And now they're expanding into far less profitable regions. And they're spending money to do that. But revenue growth is still slowing. So that's what I'm talking about. Like kids, sure, fucking kids love it. That's fantastic. But according to them, according to Roblox, there's no more growth. They should have growth next year, but they're not going to have that. What did they have? 108% growth last year, 82% the year before. That's coming down to 0 this year. That's my point. Everybody keeps talking about, oh, they're going to continue to grow. It's like they are telling you they are not going to grow anymore. That's my whole point.
Wait, you're saying they went
kids don't have money.
80-something% growth to over 100% growth, and then now it's going to be 0.
Yes.
Well, hey,
okay.
the pandemic, though. I mean, the pandemic, kids weren't in school. The numbers, Roblox user numbers were flying, like doubling. I mean, isn't this just like the correction?
For the person who asked about growth, you can grow from 10 to 20. That's 100% growth. And then the next year, you can go from 20 to 20. That's 0% growth. So it doesn't go back to 0. Does that make sense?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't go back to 0, even though it may not be growth. That's still 20 people.
And are you talking about revenue growth or are you talking about user growth? I'm just curious.
I'm talking about numbers. Just strict
So-
numbers. You can
yeah,
go
yeah,
for
yeah.
100% and 0.
Okay, I'm talking about revenue growth. But
Revenue
what I'm
growth. Okay,
saying,
cool.
okay, yes, they grew a lot over the past couple of years, right? So did Carvana, and look at them. You know, so did again. Do I need to bring up a list of all the shitty stocks? Because I will. Like, if that makes everybody feel better. Like, of all the other bad examples, or well, good examples in this case, right?
All you gotta do is look at the
Toast.
Super Bowl advertisers.
Oh yeah, I saw that meme. Like, if you had shorted $1,000 on all the Super Bowl advertisers, you'd be a billionaire. That's not how it works, but okay.
I got a
Yeah,
quick
that's not
comment
how
on
it works at all.
user
Can I
growth.
talk about Wendy's real quick?
Wendy's.
Yesterday, I was talking about Wendy's call. Wendy's is up 3.8%. I sold all my calls. I just want to let everybody know I'm out.
Congratulations.
Oh, I lost my ass on trade desk, so it's all right.
Okay, here you
Wendy's
go.
did not make up.
Since I'm being questioned because I only mentioned Carvana and Coinbase. Here you go. Oh, Lucid. That's not even fair. Okay. I've already mentioned Coinbase. Netflix. That's a good example. Netflix, Asana, Roku, Affirm, DoorDash, DraftKings, Amplitude, Vuzi, Matterport, App, Shopify, UiPath, NVIDIA, Atlassian, Monday.com, Braze. I forgot what that is, but they're the same boat. Upwork, Fiverr, The Trade Desk. There's Roblox again. GitLab, Zoom, Datadog, CrowdStrike, Snowflake, Doximity. Is that enough examples for you for like high growth companies that were overvalued? And some of them have, like Snowflake, Datadog, they have way better businesses than Roblox, but they've fallen much harder.
So
yeah, I'd watch out for Snowflake.
Don't you kind of think loose? By the way, good to talk to you again, loose.
Same, yeah.
Miss you from the Discord. Do you really think that maybe everything right now is just the markets reacting to the Fed hike, then the midterm elections, and the fact that I hear from a lot of people, if you want the stock market to fly, vote Republican. Don't you think this is just like a knee-jerk reaction that's happening right now? We're just basically establishing our lows.
I don't think. What I do know is that statistically speaking, over the course of history, that there might be short-term movements based on election results, midterm results, but in the long term, the markets don't really give a shit who's in power. So I like making short-term trades, but in terms of like trying to predict, like who knows, maybe Democrats maintain all control, right? Maybe it swings the other way. I haven't looked at the results yet.
Yeah, I just wanted to
like,
put it out there that I think it's just right now everybody's reacting to the fact that we're in the middle of a midterm election, and you can only imagine Wall Street's going to make their plays on it. But I think we've established like basically a floor.
I'm actually looking out like a month or 2 months because I look at FactSet, and FactSet provides some. I mean, they've been like 100% on it so far this year, and they've been predicting.
Can you spell that for me, please, Luce?
Yeah, facts, like the things that nobody likes to refer to in Wall Street Bets.
What is that?
Just the word set. So just FactSet, SET.
Yeah, loose.
Yeah.
Comments are asking for a link to the list of stocks you just ran off.
Oh, that's on my short list, my short watch list.
Oh, it's like okay.
Yeah, it's just my personal. But I mean, you could probably just filter, like go to FinViz and just look at like very high PE, high growth stocks or whatever, and then just go to ticker.com and look at the forecast and see if they're still forecasting growth. NVIDIA went down to 0% growth from like 60%, something like that. But anyways, FactSet, they've been saying that the quarterly earnings were going to be bad. They were forecasting negative growth across the board except for a few sectors. Energy was like by far the leading sector. And FactSet, I've been sharing FactSet articles with people when they ask, but it is a paid service, and I just suck dudes off under the Queensboro Bridge for it. But FactSet has been predicting lower estimates and downward revisions. So not just like lower than expected earnings, but they're saying next quarter companies overall are going to announce downward revisions on forward guidance. So that's the key part.
So is that this quarter or next quarter that you're talking about?
Next quarter. Well, they were hitting it like on the nail for the past like 2 quarters. So whatever this 2-3 quarters actually. So whatever they're saying for this next quarter, which is also bad, I'm like, okay, you got it, FactSet. Like, like I trust their data. They're pretty good on about that stuff. So
Toad.
What's that?
The Corvette here will be operational. Oh, yeah. Oh, am I miking?
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna mute you. But yeah. So FactSet. I'm looking at FactSet.
Not capitulation.
Yeah. Well, I would say that because we haven't seen the bottom in earnings. We haven't seen the bottom in earnings negative growth in earnings.
But traditionally, from my understanding, you don't see the bottom doesn't correlate with bottom earnings. The bounce always happens before the earnings bottom because the market's forward looking. So you're pricing all of that in. So that's why ultimately it's so freaking hard.
But you're assuming that the fourth quarter is that's it. That's the last quarter.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
not what
I'm not
assuming.
assuming anything. I'm with you, man. At this point, you just you take your bets and hope you're right, and then at some point you just dollar cost average into what you believe are 20-year holds.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm looking at that, and I'm not a big like I want to time the markets. I want to time the bottom. I will try to get around the time frame. If I can get like around 6 months, fucking great. You know, I'm not trying. I don't have a fucking crystal ball. Like that's great for me because I'm long term. I'll make my short term trades, but overall I'm long term. That's fine if I don't time the fucking week of the market crash, or even if it does happen or not, right? But I'm looking at FactSet has really good data. They've been on point this whole year. I haven't looked back to see how they were, the past several years, but they've been on point so far this year. What I'm also looking at is the Fed and Powell saying that they're going to continue raising rates. And the commentary for the last meeting, he specifically called out housing, and he said the housing market still hasn't slowed down the way they thought it would, and that it was overheated, and the housing prices and rent make up a big chunk of CPI. And he basically said that's literally what they're targeting. So until that comes down, there's no chance they're going to pivot. So if it does start coming down, then maybe they'll slow down rate increases. But overall, they're still increasing interest rates, and they're still letting treasuries, they're still getting rid of treasuries on the balance sheet. So that means liquidity is going to continue to tighten, and that's bad for stocks. So FactSet's saying it, the Fed is saying it. The Fed has a big fucking like glowing light on saying your stocks will fucking go down because we say they will. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it.
They're trying to prevent a cycle of the changing world order. That's literally what they're doing. It's as simple as that.
Oh, all right.
What happened, Lewis? The New World Order's here.
Yeah, New World Order. I was just saying, I think the earnings are going to continue to be bad, and maybe bad news will be okay news. I don't know, but
I don't understand.
Can we talk about Monday?
Why the Fed is
What about the idea, guys, that we have jobs that are actually coming back, we have job growth, and we're only just getting out of the pandemic, which completely shifted dynamics. I mean, earnings can't always be bad. People are going to want better technology. They're going to want better stuff. They're going to want to upgrade their lives, and the economy is going to continue to run on. And here we are. We finally defeated Russia without having to even fire a single bullet.
Wait, what?
What the hell?
What are you talking about?
That was some hot news from a parallel Earth right there. I don't know what's happening, but Monday.com. I had someone reach out to me, ask me about Monday.com, and they were like, I'm thinking about dumping my whole retirement into it. And it didn't look great to me. Sounds like you don't think it looks great to you either.
Take a glance at the projections on ticker.com, and in the classic style of financial inputs, where positive numbers are white font or black font, whatever, and negative numbers are red. The projections are like blood red. So I look at a company like that. It's great that they should still have revenue growth, but I'm not trying to invest in a company that hasn't even come close to making money. Not right now, because that growth, those really high growth figures, those are going to come down. So yeah, I don't. I would caution your friend and say maybe it's probably a better bet to YOLO into the fucking SPY at this point.
And stay away from
50 to 90. That's a monster gap there.
Pretty much on the stage there, then, Luce.
Say again. You cut out.
Oh, I was saying we're pretty much there. He had an interesting way of screening. He was looking at eyes. And I was like, okay, but just because they're down 80 to 90% from an all-time high doesn't mean they can't go more, you know? So this was the one that he was all stoked about, and I just didn't like it.
I think that perhaps like something that a lot of people aren't quite doing is looking at the recent highs, and like I reference like, you know, dropping from a recent high, whatever, right? But overall, like when you're looking at these companies and saying like, oh, the stock price has fallen so much from a recent high, I think you need to like discount that freaking mountain in the stock price that a lot of these companies had through COVID, because that wasn't normal. And all that money that was injected to the economy that resulted in that really high growth for the companies, revenues, whatever, and consequently the stock price, all of that is being taken back. So I don't know if people understand that. Like, it's a very simple thing to state, right? But I don't know if people realize, like, yeah, okay, stock price dropped 90%. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That doesn't sound like it's overblown because these companies weren't even profitable in the first place, or a lot of them weren't, right? So it's like, yeah, of course it could still drop.
Yeah, I mean, all you have to do is zoom out a little bit on the graphs, and you can easily see the camel hump from COVID, and a lot of these stocks now returning to where they were before COVID, and that's the point that they have to drop from, not the COVID level, because that was an anomaly. COVID was like an anomaly, so dropping from that is returning to normal. But given the economic circumstances today, where you have the gas prices going up, and they're going to start going up again now that the election's over, and all this other, now is when the drop is going to come in. It hasn't happened yet.
Wait,
I
back,
agree with that.
The SPY right now is back at what, like February? It looks like February levels currently. You know, we bottomed out. So I mean, you've still lost, I mean, almost 2 years roughly, depending on how low we go, of market returns if you didn't, you know, end up selling and doing something with them. That's brutal.
And the one way that the election is going to have an impact on longer term performance is that gas prices were artificially lowered because of the release of the petroleum reserves, and that's going to come to an end now because the election's over. They were doing that to try to get Democrats back into office, but the chicken's going to come home to roost with the petroleum reserve has to be replenished, and they can't artificially deflate the gas price anymore. Gas prices are going to go up. Winter is coming. We haven't seen the ugliness of this yet, and that's the way that the election is going to play into this.
The election 2 years from now?
No, this one.
Midterm. I think he's trolling. Yeah, so that's why I like Roblox, because I don't think they've fallen, like not just price movement or like percentage wise, but their valuation. I don't think that's taken as much of a hit as a lot of those other companies, even though they're sucking just as much, if not more, than those other companies. That's why I really like it as a short candidate.
What's your particular valuation? You said, do you like cash flow? So you do look at price to cash flow? Like, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at specifically for the companies that short. I want to short the business versus valuation. For, you know, if you're a seasoned short seller, you know that's like law. You know, that's rule number one. But I'm looking at revenue growth, what they're expecting, the forecast, and the sensitivity based on macroeconomics. So I think it would be obvious. Like, Captain Hindsight will come in like 2 quarters from now and say, like, see, I told you Roblox, or I told you all these high growth companies were going to have lower revenue growth, right? And those estimates, I think Roblox originally had like over 50% expected growth for next year, revenue growth for next year. That's come down to 17 within 2 quarters. So I think that trend's going to continue because of macroeconomics. And then I look at cash flow. It's great that they make money during COVID, right?
If you
What? How
if you
much?
don't mind me interrupting, where are you getting those numbers? I just on TD Ameritrade, it still says 57% revenue growth is expected. And I'm just curious.
Oh, yeah. I'm using ticker.com, TIKR.com. You need an account, but it's free, and they'll show you estimates. And they're aggregated from Bloomberg. So I think, let's see if I look at it right now. What did I say earlier? Like 22 estimates. Let's see. So we got 22 estimates for revenue. So 22, that's a pretty good number. Surely there are some bullish analysts in there, so you can always be conservative, right? But my point is, like, typically it's actually more bullish. It's actually typically optimistic. So you could look at that 17% figure and say that's already optimistic, because analysts tend to be optimistic. But so I look at the forward revenue growth, the forecast. How sensitive will that be to macroeconomics? And I think the trend doesn't look good for a lot of these high growth companies. And then I look at cash flow. So that's great that they made money during COVID, but how were they doing leading up to COVID? And if we don't have any history of that, what are they doing with the cash flow now? Like, how are they investing it? In the case of Roblox, it's they're investing to expand internationally. They've already started doing that. But turns out the margins are way lower, go figure, than what they've been in the US, because the US is like the juicy, profitable market, right? So if there's a global recession that's occurring right now, why the fuck are they going to spend all that money on fucking Robux or whatever the hell it's called? So to me, that just kind of makes stupid sense, right? Stupid common sense. So I don't think that cash flow is going to look too good. And I'm looking at the business, macroeconomics, the global economy, where is their business leaning towards now? U.S. might be okay, but internationally, where they're spending a lot of money to expand, that doesn't look so hot. So that's basically how I'm looking at it for Roblox and any other company. It would be revenue growth forecast, sensitivity, macroeconomics, and what are they doing with their cash flow? Forget COVID. That was an outlier.
Yeah, and I would say that the anomaly for COVID is, in hindsight, due to the fact that we're going to come into a totally new playbook for 2023, in my personal opinion. And ESG is the future. That's all I want to say.
Oh, wow. That's a bold statement.
ESG as in, like, what it is supposed to represent, or like the bullshit ESG investing? Because it is
the bullshit ESG investing. I think that's going to be the 2023 plays that we'll have to add to the books.
That's already evolved. Like,
yeah, of course.
Like, it's no longer just ESG. There's like this whole, like, it's now a subcategory amongst. Are there any like wealth managers here or anything like that?
Yeah,
I mean, I'm just a janitor.
I'm familiar with. I'm familiar with ESG is its whole little sector.
Yeah, it's basically like saying you're looking at, say, like clean energy, renewable energy. It's like you're talking about batteries. Like, that's what ESG is now. And all of Wall Street knows it's bullshit, really. Even the janitors know.
Well, in fairness, there are some very good fund managers out there that specifically look for, other than just kind of the ESG bullshit. It's more like corporate governance and certain things and how they run their business. And I think there is some value in running your business in a manner that doesn't shun certain environmental things.
There used to be this
corporate
governance score. Oh, go ahead, you first.
I was just going to say, it's first going to be on the environmental side, and then maybe it'll go down to social and governance. Excuse me. But I think the first play for 2023 will be on the environmental side. Not the full ESG. I should have prefaced with that. Sorry.
Yeah, my interactive brokerage account actually gives me an ESG score on how I'm investing, and it does include corporate governance, and it includes lobbying, and then you can add alcohol and guns and things like that. But yeah, it's automatic.
There used to be the belief in that is that at some point millennials will have money. The question is, if they all lose it in the stock market, they're not going to be able to invest in ESG.
In the 1990s, there was this governance score that was created for corporations, and people loved it. And in the early 2000s, people loved it. And then in 2019, a bunch of economists went back and pretty much empirically proved that it was all bullshit. And that it didn't actually correlate with stock price at all. But what it did correlate with was how funds allocated money. And then in the end, like, some of them just got the floor mopped with them, right? So initially, it created its own reality, right? Because you had the funds pouring in money based on this new score. So, I mean, that's why I'm a little skeptical with ESG. I'm not like saying it's complete garbage or complete tomfoolery, but there have been metrics like this in the past that later have turned out to be pretty poorly designed.
Yeah, a little bit of knowledge of like finance and like wealth management history goes a long way. And it's kind of like you already have your answer. As soon as Wall Street was like, we're starting this new ESG thing, everybody, all the veterans were like, yeah, fucking here we go again.
All right, guys, I got it. I've been scolded long enough. Thank you.
Oh, no. I'm not just trying to scold. This is more for others, I think. Like if Wall Street put like a shiny object in front of your face and was like, hey, this is good, and it sounded good, Wall Street's the one that's going to benefit. Wealth managers, those guys, I mean, wealth management, they say, okay, we have this idea for managing your wealth, you're retiring, whatever. What do you like? They say, I don't like cigarettes. Okay, no fucking Altria, no Philip Morris. What else? I like clean energy. Okay, ESG is for you. And they don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like they're just trying to like check the box for the clients because they work for the clients as long as their clients are happy. Because at the end of the day, for some stupid fucking reason, investors and clients care more about how they feel about their investments rather than how much money they're actually making or how much they're paying wealth managers to manage their money, even if those guys aren't even doing any work at all. But I think clean energy, renewable, like, yeah, for damn sure.
I think ESG is just is like guilt-free investing for the capitalist, just like throwing $2 in the plate is for the Methodist. It just makes you feel good, and you get to go on, and if you make money, you make money.
So, Scald, I appreciate your insight on that, and I was curious when there was this economic outpour of that governance plays, I guess you would say, weren't strong. What indicators can we pull from the 1990s? Sorry, I had to read that for a second. That we can bring to 2022, and also keep in mind that information flows a little bit faster.
Oh, that's a pretty great question, actually. Let me think about that, because what's interesting is that some of these companies ended up getting pumped based on this score, right? And the score alone. So I mean, that's not to say that it might not, that might happen again, right? So
it'd be the equivalent of like during the .com, right? If they basically just threw .com after their name, they had some angel investors hyping them up in Silicon Valley. They were able to go public and have that pop, right?
Oh yeah. So no, let me look into it and see if there's like something that we can get from here. I'm gonna pull up the actual scholarly articles and stuff. I'll send them to you when I get them.
Okay, thank you.
Is anyone else trading the double diagonals on earnings? Because it's like a fucking shooting range for those. I mentioned it on Atlassian, the ticker TEAM, TEAM, made good money on that. I just closed out Affirm and Lucid. Affirm made like 10%. It was kind of small, but Lucid I made like 100%. Lucid is pretty good. And there's so many companies reporting that they're so likely to have outsized moves. So double diagonals I think it's fucking great. Leverage to the what do you call it? Like you're selling like back month strangles, but you're leveraged on the front month strangles. So you have more leverage on big price movement, if that makes sense.
What are your early thoughts about tomorrow's CPI data?
I think I have no idea. But I think I looked at some stats a while back, and on average, it tends to be higher than what's expected. But that's the only thing I have on that. Yeah, I don't fucking know. I think it's housing. I think once housing starts cooling off, and it is in like there are regions where it's cooling off, but housing really needs to cool off like big time in order for CPI there to be like noticeable changes to CPI. But as far as like what's forecasted, I don't think it's going to be that different. You know what I mean? Like whatever is being forecasted right now, I just say, okay, it's going to be around that.
Are we in the middle of a housing shortage right now?
Or housing?
Doesn't that put upward pressure on the price of homes?
Well, a lot of people are getting laid off.
Yeah, but there's still a huge shortage.
There's not a housing
homes,
shortage,
right?
by the way. The inventory is steadily increasing, like a lot.
Yeah, some important factor of or I guess I'll put this out real quick. Important factor of housing supply that people tend to forget is willing sellers. So if anybody was around, if anybody remembers the housing crisis, you might remember that at one point they were like, oh, there aren't any homes to buy. Nobody wants to sell. And then within 2 quarters, it was everybody wants to sell. Suddenly, no shortage. There was a surplus. So I don't think it'll be that bad. I don't think we'll see like a repeat of 2008, 2009. But supply can come online real quick.
There's been an increase of new homes being built. There's been an increase of people putting their homes on the market. There's been an increase in people losing their jobs. So with all that put together, it's only a matter of time before the housing market gets more inventory than what's currently available. So that's not going to be an issue for long, in my opinion.
What's the current mortgage rate now?
It's like 10%, right?
Oh, 10? Really? I thought it was like 7, close to 7.
Oh, no, sorry. It's like 7 point something. 7 point something, I think.
I saw 7.1 this morning.
30-year fixed in the US is showing 701.
That's if you've got a brilliant credit score and, perfect.
Hey, how about a reverse mortgage?
Worse.
Huh? Anyone thinking about doing a reverse mortgage?
How would that work? How would a reverse mortgage work?
You become the bank, but you lose your home in the long term.
That sounds juicy.
I actually don't know all the details of a reverse mortgage. I know it's not like as good as it would be for the bank, but yeah, I don't know.
Is it actually a real thing, or did you just make it up?
No, it's a thing.
It's a real thing, but I think you can unreverse it, right? I mean, can't you pay back in later and
like Uno card?
Or maybe that's HELOCs. Never mind. I don't know if that works.
Home equity line of credit is when you borrow against the equity that you have in your home, and you get a loan against the house in this position, in a secondary position, again, not your primary loan position where your normal rent payments are, but you take a second or a home equity line of credit. A reverse mortgage is a complete reversal. Like it's basically a refinance. You load all your equity into a new lender, but that lender pays you on the monthly. So you're pulling out something that's in the form of an annuity. And if you run into money and you choose to pay it back, you can choose to pay it back and just close the position out. But in hardship times, you'll see that the reverse mortgage, when somebody passes, there's no equity left to transition to the heirs. And then the person who held the position will just take the property because they don't have enough money to make it whole.
It's like an equity release, but on a monthly basis. It seems like pointless. You might as well just release the entire equity. What's the point?
I brought up one of our resident mortgage experts. Hopefully they can shed some insight on this.
Wait, is it the contract man? Where's contract man? Contractor? I don't think it is. I got excited.
Queen, did you ever do reverse mortgages? Could you explain to us what the heck they are?
No, you cannot get a reverse mortgage unless you're 62 years or older, but you can, your heirs. So let's say you take the reverse mortgage, you'll earn interest on the reverse as well. or actually vice versa, you pay out the interest, but the interest isn't due until the reverse has matured. And if you are set to pass down the home or the property to heirs, they have a right to buy out the reverse.
Wait, you said 62 years old?
Yes, you have to be
Yeah.
62
How do you
years
know
old or
that? You're only
older to take a
27.
reverse. It's a guideline.
Oh.
It's a guideline.
So what's the difference between that and an equity release? Is it the same thing?
No, they are different. Reverse
So
mortgage just means that the lender is going to pay you to stay in the home with the understanding that they will take the property if you pass away. So if you're 62 and you die at 63 and you have a reverse, that's it. The lender has a right to take the property, but if it's in a trust or if it's set to be inherited, the inheritors have a right to purchase the property before the lender takes it.
And that's
Basically, the whole
America.
purpose of the reverse mortgage was to try to help seniors who owned their homes but didn't have enough retirement income.
Correct. Or I'm not you, and then also the owner of the property must live in the property. You have to live in the property in order to have a reverse.
And is
So
there
you
a
can't do
stipulation
a
of the
reverse
time that you have to live in there?
mortgage. You can't do a reverse mortgage on all your rental properties then, correct?
That is correct.
I think the rule is primary residence. So as long as you meet whatever the criteria are for primary residence, that's all you'd need to qualify. So I guess the place where you see most of your
So
mail.
if I just send all my mail to that address, that works?
Thank
You probably should have a driver's
No.
license with an address for that
Well,
property.
then that would be fraud.
You would also have to make sure that you have the title of the home because you have to be able to prove ownership.
I believe primary residence for most states is you have to have been proved in the home for 183 days out of the year. Don't quote me on that, but
No, you have to
there's
file taxes. Like your tax returns have to state that that's where you live.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah. The main purpose of these is to give income for retirees, right? That's the main reason of the reverse mortgages.
So you could amend your taxes.
You didn't save for retirement, but now you're going to use your home equity to pay you until,
For a lot
Yeah, isn't it essentially just like selling your house early and living off the payments until you die and they take it?
A lot of people, their biggest investment is their home, but obviously it's not cash. That you can't buy groceries with it, so that's why they do reverse mortgages.
Hey, opinion. Can we timestamp 2 hours 15 minutes in for anybody? I mean, the reverse mortgages. This is probably like the most useful, important information that we've talked about since we started the talks. I think. Yeah, I think a lot of people find this useful. So can we timestamp? Like, I guess like 2 hours 15 minutes in. It's gonna be after that, but
sure.
Okay, in other news, I say short Auto Nation. I just got my car serviced the other week, and I just got a thing from them talking about my car warranty has expired. So clearly, they are desperate for income.
So I had a client last night who's a big property manager in Ontario, and he was telling me a little story about a friend of him that approached him and wanted to sell his house, and didn't want to go through real estate, all that anyway. So he was like, "Can you just do it?" So he was like, "Okay, fine, I'll just do it." Right? And it was like he could have listed it. He listed it for 1.3, and the guy wanted 1.5. He listed it for 1.5, and he couldn't get anything. And the guy wasn't going to settle for less than 1.5 for the house. So my client said to him, and I didn't even know you could do this. He goes, offer him a mortgage. He goes, instead of trying to sell it, for 1.5, he's like, offer a mortgage at 2.5% for 1.5. And he put it out there and he listed it, and it was instant. He instantly got an offer. So that guy got his front loaded extra 200,000 that he wanted, right? And all he had to do was offer a better mortgage rate than what was out there right now. So he took the mortgage for his own home personally and sold it to the guy and made an extra 200K.
Did you see the new rumor in the crypto area that Binance will not buy out that FTX exchange anymore after taking a peek at how shitty their books are?
Binance knew. They're just silly bastards that are trying to fuck with their own the markets. Binance is so scummy.
It looks like most of these cryptos are going to head back to their, early 2020 values and cancel out all the hype the past couple of years. Is there any reason that is not going to happen? Because that's what it looks like.
If only there was a guy who said that you needed to take a pseudo delta neutral position in crypto and then was ousted by other investors for sticking to this hard line. Instead, there's just direct exposure. Too bad.
So CoinDesk is like listening to barons, and I always find that their bearish stance or their negative news, you always inverse what they do.
I mean, look at November 23rd, 2018, guys. Just look at it. So crypto went down, and then it carried on, trading sideways for a while. Then it hit final capitulation, and then everyone thought Bitcoin was at its low price, and then it found some new, fresh lows. And we're going to see the same thing here.
Yeah.
To jump back on the 30-year fixed rate mortgage, the rate in September was 6.7, and the rate now is 6.9. And if I go back to 2018, it's quite low. So, what's the speculation that there's going to be more houses available? People are going to want to put them up in the market, or is there a sentiment basically that might have basically people coming in saying, "I'm not going to sell my house now because I'm not going to get what it's worth or what they want to sell for."
All of my clients who are looking to sell at this point in time are just desperate to sell. They're in positions where they can't hold on to it and do not want to be landlords.
Can you elaborate on the desperation? We talking like 10, 20, 30, 40%?
It's like, for most of my sellers, it's a little bit irrelevant. So I've got a retirement situation where it's assisted living. So they just have to get whatever they can get to move into the assisted living facility. That one is could have sold for $345, is going to sell for $290 in a matter of 8 months. And then I have person who's a landlord, moved out of state. He's got all Section 8 rentals that they're all underperforming properties. They never got to catch up on rent, so they're just undervalued. So we have to roll each of those upon vacancy, and the condition on each one of them is complete shit. So where I could have sold those to a cash investor flipper right around the $200,000 mark, I'm probably going to be in the 170s to 180s. I've got
Isn't
five.
Section 8 confirmed by the government? They like basically pay the rent of the people's there.
Yeah, but if you're guaranteed $1,100 a month on rent when you should be getting $1,500, you're underperforming.
Okay.
It's just it's all doom and gloom, man. It's 7.1% interest rate was my most recent quote for a purchaser, and they decided to move into one of my rentals instead of buying a home. So it's sentiment's pretty sour for the short term. The mortgage company that's in house is telling us they think interest rates are going to be around 5%, in the mid fives at least, once CPI catches up with its 12-month cycle. So once we see the CPI coming back lower in the threes is what they're thinking. I don't know where the fuck they're getting their information from, but their projections are 5% interest rates towards the tail end of next year.
Have they tried spamming hype online and making diamond hand memes until the housing market recovers?
It's honestly ridiculous, the bullshit that they're trying to sell people. I've been doing real estate for 17 years, and I put myself in a really good position. I don't have to sell a house for 12 months. I can be comfortable all the way through the year and not have a loss of lifestyle. I can supplement. I'm really not worried. But for the agents who are desperate, they're spinning some pretty shitty lines out to people. The one that I hear the most often is date the rate, marry the house. And by now you can refinance in 12 months. But you can't, because if you put 5% down on a house and it goes down in value by 15, 20%, you're now upside down and you don't have the 20% equity that's needed to refinance the house. So for all my friends who are trying to buy right now, I'm just asking them to hold on and save up their money and wait because the deals are coming.
I think you were literally the only. I know a lot of realtors. I think you were literally the only realtor that said that. So I applaud you. You know. And hey, by the way, that saying, the rate by the what, marry the what?
Date the rate, marry the home. Or marry the house.
Yeah, I think it's funny how they come up with these catchy phrases. Kind of reminds me of that one catchy phrase. If the glove don't fit, you must have quit. You know, like it's the same quality phrase. You know, whatever it takes, huh?
Yeah, we picked up a flip this, last month. I paid $170,000 for a townhouse. It's going to be worth somewhere between $245 and $265, and our game plan is to hold paper on it. We're looking to take $20,000 to $30,000 down payment, do a 20-year amortization schedule with a 7-year call. So worst case scenario for me is I got to do foreclosure, but they're going to have so much equity in the fucking thing. They're not going to want to do that, and they'll refinance out of it at any rate and have enough equity. So we're setting them up for success, and we're still going to make a killing on it.
So you guys are playing the housing market as you would the stock market right now. I like it.
I come here to lose money and have fun.
You already made your money. Now you're here to lose it.
Yeah, basic. Well, you know what? Yesterday was pretty successful. The everything housing. My Redfin shorts I think are going to do well. Puts are going to do well. EXPI. I think you guys really want to dig into something fun. Jump into EXPI.
Wait. Puts. I know EXPI. Puts on them. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm 750 for March. I'd love to hear somebody talk me out of that because I'm thinking.
Let's just say that I was mopping some bathrooms, and I overheard some people that manage money that EXPI is a short seller favorite. I think that company will be forced into bankruptcy. But that's just what I overhear when I'm, cleaning up shit off the bathroom floors in banks.
Spent a good amount of time yesterday looking at the financials for Redfin, EXP, and Zillow. EXP and Compass. Compass has only had 2 profitable quarters ever. And it looks like they're going to bleed out. I'd love to get somebody else's opinion on it, but based on their cash flow, I think they're going to be bankrupt in 5 quarters. EXP right now is saying that they're acquiring agents, but they're spending so much money trying to get agents that I don't see how that's really going to work out. And they're sales volume dependent, and that's just not going to be there for the next 2 quarters. So I'm expecting them to be in the 750s or less. Compass, I think, is going to be bankrupt. EXPI is the ticker, yeah.
Okay. And what do you think about RKT?
I don't know anything about them, but I'll be happy to look.
Rocket Mortgage.
Oh, I think. Well, I'll look at their financials, but I think aren't they positioned like really well to kind of wait out a recession with cash?
I was just going to you as the expert. Sorry.
No, that's not me. Not on that one.
We can glance at their financials if y'all want. I mean, I looked at all the brokers, like the beginning of this year, and there were a surprising number of like bulls on all of them. Zillow, Rocket, Redfin, every single one. And I just stayed away. It was just like too cloudy, but
paid bulls.
Yeah, right. Because it's like they're all getting their DD from realtors. And, you ask a realtor, hey, what's the housing market look like? How's it going to do this year? Oh, it's going to do very well. All prices are going to go up. And then, 6 months later, oh, prices have dropped a lot. What is it going to do now? Oh, they're going to go back up. You better get your house. And then, 3 months later, they're still going down. And now they're like, can we come up with something that rhymes?
Date the rate, marry the house.
Yeah, I mean, realtors are the worst fucking forecasters in the world. No offense, any office. You might be better than other realtors, but they really are. They really are terrible. I know people that I went to school with in college. They dropped out of their finance degree, and they went into real estate. Like that was the joke. It was you went to real estate because you were too dumb to get an accounting or finance degree. Again, no offense, any office.
That's the joke for engineers that go to finance. So if they're even dumber still, then they drop down to real estate.
Those guys probably are still way smarter than the finance guys.
Look, man, I'm 3 semesters in college. I dropped out. I bartended and waiting tables and got into real estate. And it's kind of a shitty sales job for a long time until I figured out, one really important thing. And it was that the job was not about selling houses. The job was about empowering clients, advocating for them, and educating them on making good decisions for themselves. And that's all I've stuck to. I never claimed to be smart about anything. I was not college material, but I found something that I'm good at. I love houses. I love home inspections. I love creative situations. And I love just being part of people's lives. And, it's a very profitable way to be a social person. So I enjoy the shit out of it. And I would never claim to be a smart person or college material, but I'm creative and I do well and I help people out.
Have you ever sold a house near a Wendy's?
It's a good question.
Sold a house near a Wendy's.
Good for you.
Are they more expensive or less expensive?
Oh,
I'm going to say that in my area, Trash Panda probably put up with this one, but in my area, I think if you're close to a Wendy's, you're probably not in the higher bracket.
So, what about McDonald's? Because there are some McDonald's in some very affluent areas.
I don't think. I mean, maybe like an Arby's. We've
got to be Chili's, man. Got to be Chili's or bust.
Oh, Chili's is so fucking terrible. True story. A friend was like, "Hey, you want to meet somewhere to eat?" And he's like, "Let's go to Chili's." And I was like, "Oh, there's no Chili's anywhere around me. There's one like right down the street." But I lied about its existence because I think it's so fucking terrible. Hey, speaking of McDonald's, who did the fucking McHedge? Did anyone do the McHedge?
Loose. I haven't gone hungry yet. I think it's working for me.
The McHedge, for those who don't know, what was it? It must have been like close to 6 months ago. But it was a while back earlier this year. It
was one of the golden oldies.
Yeah, it was my trade was to buy shares of McDonald's, collect dividends. It was like I don't know, it's like close to 3%. Collect dividends, use dividends to pay for McDonald's, but use the app because they have really good discounts on the app. So, ideally the share price would increase. In the meantime, you get dividends, but you use the dividends to pay for your McDonald's. And it was the McHedge is what it was called. Since then, McDonald's went from it was about maybe like 245, we'll say 250. Now it's at about 280. And then you got dividends.
That's gains on gains on gains.
Yeah, McHedge. Who knew that was going to be like one of the best plays?
You learn something new here every day. Seriously, if you tune out, then you missing us. That's crazy.
Yeah,
the McHedge, gain money and pounds.
And technically, sesame seeds are fruit, I think.
So I have a serious question. There's rumor that the McRib will no longer be around anymore. It's on its goodbye tour. Is that true?
That's a lie.
Thank you.
That was a very fast answer. Like said, you already researched this.
Friend told me.
A friend told me. Oh, okay.
I will not have the McRib slandered.
There you go. English.
Isn't the
McRib is a recessionary food? It will be back on the menu, but they are running ads right now saying it's about to end.
Wait. If I were McDonald's,
hope it's back in time for Hanukkah.
Yeah, pause. If I were McDonald's, like let's say the whole company was a person and that was me. If I were McDonald's and I knew people went apeshit for the McRib, I would say, "Hey, marketing guy, why don't you let this slip that we're not going to do the McRib anymore?" And then the rumors, McRib isn't going anywhere. And then people fucking flood McDonald's saying, "This is the last time I can ever get McRib. I'm ordered at 10 for today." I think if that was the plan, fucking genius. Yeah, bring it. They're gonna bring it back. That's for damn sure.
Okay, but to be fair, when you go to McDonald's and you order McRib, sometimes they run out of it around 3 p.m. So
that's what
they do run out.
Think.
I'm sorry, it's not about the McRib. It's all about Kane's chicken.
Sometimes you just have to bust a cap. You know what I mean?
They've done that before with the McRib. If anybody remembers the petitioning of the boneless pork producers of America, they've done the same thing.
It's still going.
Oh,
and
it's
it's very
going.
weird.
It's still going hard.
I just wanted to mention to everyone: has everyone seen GameStop right now? That it's literally down 10% on the day.
11.3%, 11.5%. Sorry.
There you go. I stand corrected. So maybe
Hey,
now
you
is
know
a
what-
good time to buy some.
11.10.
You know what we should do? We should break the record of Reddit for the most people on the talk stage. We should invite everybody top and just remove them.
If we wanted to
Even
do
the
that,
one commas.
yeah, we should have called this talk gangbang time if we wanted to break the record.
We need speakers. We need more speakers. That's the thing.
Are we getting official confirmation that we can change the title of it?
No, we're not. Please.
I could physically feel opinion wince when you said that, Luce.
We're lucky to get the right day and month.
Wince with
So
excitement.
the record right now is 164 people that talked on one talk. I think we can break that.
Oh, so you want to bring everyone up?
You can only have 30
Yeah.
people up, though. You can only have 30 people up, right?
Yeah, but I'm gonna kick all of you and take the record, and then you can all fuck off. You've been talking for long enough.
All right.
This
Kick
is
us out and get the new people in there. I want to hear this.
This is actually a traditional Croatian joke.
Is this what Putin did in Ukraine?
It's not a joke. It's not a joke. We need to have all the records.
Speaking of disasters, before anybody does any fun experiments, I do have an update on my negative outlook for Walmart, if anyone's interested.
Yes, please.
I got an update on your negative view on Walmart.
Hey, Simple, who are you gonna kick first?
Nah, Shepherdess. You're cool. I'm gonna kick everybody. I wanna dude, there's so many people that raise their hands. We need to take the record. I'm not allowing.
Shepherdess, Walmart was so packed yesterday. I was like Black Friday. I had a guy following me back to my car to take my spot. That's
Okay,
how
let
good
me just
Walmart's
let me just say, that's the most excited I've ever heard Keeper. Typically, nobody can fucking hear you talk, Keeper.
That must have been a sale.
Yeah, so you must be terribly excited for you to fucking yell and to the point that we can actually hear you.
Yeah, it's actually the work truck. Mike's is a lot better than my stupid, nasty headset.
Good for you and your enthusiasm. I'm proud of you learning to enunciate words like that.
Everybody raise your hand.
Anyway, Shepherdess, what are you talking about? Your bearish sentiment on Walmart? Do go on.
Yes. So, Walmart has decided to. Originally, Walmart spread out its Black Friday sales in order to better handle the prospect of spreading disease. But now that the COVID numbers are down, they're still doing it. So they have, they're starting quote unquote Black Friday today on Wednesday. And so the stores are open earlier.
They started it yesterday.
Well, yesterday was for Walmart Plus stores. But 6 a.m., stores are open 6 a.m., so they're burning excess labor.
Attention shoppers.
And then their sales are mostly on junk. So it's basically a glorified clearance sale with less than stellar markdowns on products. So like a $7 product might go on for $5. A $30 product might have a $5 or $10 discount. It's just junk. It's like with Amazon's Extra Prime Day, right? So,
Great.
But does this mean that it doesn't make money? Like, I mean, what does it matter if it's junk? It still sells, right? They put it on the fucking rack and then it goes out of the rack.
Hey, Simple, who are you gonna kick?
Walmart has a strategy.
No, I'm kicking people already. Slowly.
Hold on, please. So Walmart has a strategy to deal with
Oof, a bug. Something happened.
Holy shit! What a headache! You know, her voice.
No,
Holy shit!
something happened.
Fucking legend.
Something happened. Who didn't
Unfortunately,
talk?
Shepherdess does look like she had a bit of a technical issue, but my
Yeah, technical
case
issue,
for
100%.
Yeah,
for
report
Walmart.
bugs to Reddit, please.
Yeah.
So look,
I would say she is completely off on the merchandise. So if you actually look on the Walmart app, a lot of the stuff that they have deals on right now, there are electronics on there. Generally, they save some of the bigger ticket items for towards the end of November, where you have your traditional Black Friday and Cyber Monday. There's definitely an increase in traffic. And the other thing, so Walmart actually did a thing where they're saying this year's Thanksgiving at last year's prices. So a lot of their products, they're actually pricing it to what they were last year to help people with the inflation numbers.
Yeah,
I can't say what specific.
Nobody thinks Walmart is going to drop. Like, fuck that noise.
I mean, I'm just trying to give a reasonable counter thesis. I will say that if you look at Walmart, it's very cyclical. Wait till about February, March before you want to start shorting it, because that's usually when it's at its peak and then starts going down.
That's the plan. What I'm trying to say.
A bug again. Oh my god, it happened 2 times.
God damn it.
So who didn't talk?
Oh shit.
Real quick,
Who didn't talk?
For anybody that wants a fun historical fact, Walmart through big recessions, not like, technical recession, through actual recessions and like downturns in the economy, Walmart tends to be one of the most resilient defensive stocks in the market. Doesn't mean it doesn't go down, but it tends Walmart is a fucking stalwart. So yeah, just something to keep in mind.
It's because they stick to their mission statement.
They have a write-off that they're not following on their usual excess inventory. Normally, what they would do is they would run donation programs, and they would get a fat tax write-off for the MSRP or the wholesale value of the product. Now, instead, they're using meager sales to try to move all this extra inventory that they don't have the logistics for. They don't have the staff anymore to run those donation programs. And they're going to lose their big tax write-offs that they normally have in order to get this junk out of there. So the same problem that Amazon is having is coming to Walmart with excess inventory. They also haven't ordered their usual batches of products that they would have, so that they have a good discount for the end of the year.
I think the Triple BY CFO is listening to this exact speech.
Something happened again.
Oh.
Here's the thing. I'd rather be in the Twinkle Hormel than Walmart.
Wait, I hear a woman.
Jesus Christ, boys.
There's a
Nobody
woman.
thinks Walmart. Yeah, no,
Let the woman
Walmart
speak.
is.
Who's
the
woman? Please speak.
Hey, Hendrix. Thanks for inviting me here once again. He's the one who told me about this place. It's awesome. I have a quick question about what is your opinion on people who refinance their cars? I have not refinanced my car, but my mom did, and I'm wondering what do you guys think about that?
Possibly not.
Sorry. No, wait. Bump. No, please. Do you see who is here? Mr. Notes is here. Notes.
What does he know? He doesn't know about cars. Mr. Bumbler, do you know about cars, yeah?
No, Notes is here.
Yeah,
Wait,
who
it's
gives
more
a fuck
important.
about
Notes?
Notes?
Is actually here. It's more important. Notes, we want to hear from you.
Yeah, he's not dead. That's the important part.
I think
I had to take a break from Reddit. Somebody convinced me to go in on like 0 DTE meta, and I lost like $3,000 and freaked out last week.
You went on calls, you fool.
Okay, I'm gonna bring it back because I'm a fucking gentleman. Would somebody like to answer the kind lady's question?
Hey, if you can get a better rate and somebody's willing to do it and wait for the title, go for it.
So it's not a scam. Like my mom, because she's older, and I didn't know. Like,
it could totally be a scam. It depends on like the rate. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
depends on the rate and the fees. Absolutely.
Rates aren't very good at the moment. So if you've got a good rate, then why would you refinance? Doesn't make
Her
sense.
credit rating could have improved, and then she could have gotten a lower rate or lower cost over the life of the loan even at a higher interest rate if her credit was vastly improved.
Let me ask this.
2%, and then you want to refinance your mortgage now. Why would you do that?
Shepard is coming back.
Where did she finance the car previously? If it was at JD Buyrider or Carvana, absolutely, because she's probably paying 21%, and she might get a better rate, like they're saying, if she's paid her payments 18 to 24 months. But if her credit rating has not improved, the interest rates are higher, definitely don't refinance the car because they might do a higher rate and a longer term than she has remaining, and that would mean she's just going to pay more.
She's not very
Make sure it's fixed rate.
She's not financial savvy. She already did it, and like I didn't know, and she's way older. She's like 60, so like she did it directly through, I think she said Hyundai or Honda, and she said she's refinancing it because she's going to buy a new car. I'm not sure what that is how that works, but I just think I'm just worried she's getting herself scammed, to be honest. But at the same time, I kind of don't care at this point. She doesn't listen to anybody.
Right? Do you have an interest rate by chance that you know of?
No, because now she knows that I know, so she hid her documents. Like I think she's the one who thinks a Nigerian prince is coming for her. Like when she.
Oh yeah. I'm just gonna let you know she just got big screwed. She probably financed an interest rate on her car that was super low, and she probably refinanced it into the current interest rate environment. So she probably just got wrecked. I'm just gonna say.
Well, isn't there like a 72-hour limit law? So technically,
no. The Nigerian prince is not real. Yeah, 72 hours. Right of rescission, and it depends on the state. In PA, if you go to somebody's place of business and do the deal, usually that does not apply. I don't know about the other states, but if you go and do it, if they come to your house and get the deal done, then you can never get it done. Or if you do it through the mail, no way to get.
What if Hendrix invited her? Are you Canadian?
Me?
Yes.
Oh, I mean, he just told me about this chat because I did ask, like we met in another chat about stocks and like how to get into them. And so he suggested this room. And so I joined, and I've been following you guys, and I just usually listen.
Love the life story, but that was a yes or no question.
There are other. Let the woman. Look at these. Look at these rude. Come on, you guys never get to talk to women in real life, so like take the opportunity to let a
Ay,
woman
Dios
speak.
mío, oh my God, he came for your head.
are we assuming? I'm assuming. In this day and age, I don't know about anybody if they are going right or left. So.
The only thing that I heard from her is Hendrix is cheating on WallStreetBets with some other subreddits.
That's exactly what I heard. That's what I was going to say.
No.
What?
You're on the fucking hook.
No, that's not what I mean.
Point out the asshole here that has his own like server, where he's like talking to people at WallStreetBets. Yeah,
no.
Who is it?
No, that's not.
Yeah,
what?
That's me.
I wasn't
stuttering.
Eat my ass. Oh my God, you guys are so mean. Literally, I had
some of these guys might take you up on that.
No, don't eat my ass. Please,
Yo,
no,
be
listen.
careful. You might get banned.
Okay, let the lady speak. All right, let's go.
You guys, I'm. Oh my God, you're hurting.
No,
my
don't
feelings.
Don't beg for mercy. Just speak.
I'm not begging for mercy. You are.
Okay, then talk. No, I'm not. Trust me.
You guys.
Fine.
2 seconds.
Be nice for 5. Yeah. Just wait. Count to 5 and be nice. No,
are you talking to yourself again?
Look at this.
I'm from Miami. I'm not Canadian, or I would already have said I'm sorry over and over again and a boot. So yeah, no, but
instead it's wild anger.
Wild anger. Oh my God, you guys.
Opinion.
That was a great joke.
No,
that was a great joke.
For a moment.
I was just giving him some love and a shout out because I appreciate it, and I listen into you guys talk for hours, and I appreciate it because even though I don't know much, every time I come in and I listen, I learn a little bit, like, because I know nothing. And so it was just cool that someone I didn't know.
You belong here. By the way, if you're from Miami, you probably was scammed because they're just full of scams.
Well, that's my mom. That's her problem. She's probably, like I said, she sends money to someone who's definitely her Nigerian prince. Anyways, that's her problem.
Hey, Petite Genie, what does the 777 stand for in your name?
The 777, what it stands for is that I'm number one, I'm a tiny girl, I'm a tiny woman, and I'm
that's what petite is.
The 777.
But 777. Yeah.
So is loose.
basically it
Yeah,
has
for
to do
petite
with,
women.
yes, I'm a petite genie and I make wishes. The 777 is like calling upon God.
Perfect. I
It's
just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. No, that's what I manifest
yeah.
777 in my life too. So that's the
Wait. Now
Is
I'm
this a
confused.
Florida thing? Because you guys are both from Florida and you both have 777 in your name. Like, is this
I'm
a
retarded.
Florida
Balkan man.
isn't the smartest.
Well,
Let's not.
you said genie. Okay, I got my wishes. Make me attractive to women. Make my stock portfolio go green, and
You have to
I'll
offer
let you
me
know about
something.
that third one.
You have to
That's
offer me something.
that's what the news was reporting. The biggest concerns in the polls were, make me attractive and make my portfolio go green.
You know
Yeah, I
what?
remember that.
You know what? Do you understand in order to make a wish come true, you have to rub the genie the right way. I think Christina Aguilera made a song
Why,
about
why does every
Now we're
song
talking.
with loose in it turn horny?
There's a lot of sexual innuendo with
Hey,
that.
I tend to have
Because
that
Luce has
effect.
a sexy voice.
Luke, this is all your fault, Luke. Stop it now. Come on.
Oh,
You're gonna be
Ben.
I'm sorry for making these talks sexy.
Those of you,
Petite genie, you don't have to worry about anybody coming on to you because everyone here is gay. Not that there's
Yes,
anything wrong.
100%.
True story. True
All
story.
these dudes are broke.
And
wait, I'm not.
Simple Vice is our leader.
No.
Let's
Our
get this
leader.
right.
That,
I'm a lesbian.
because I'm gay, I want to ask Ben something.
Yeah, I'm
See,
not gay.
they feel threatened. They
Shut
feel
up,
that you're gonna
petite.
come and take their man away. That's why they're all
Yeah.
like, on edge. They're like, my man, my Croatian cock,
Yeah. Ben, can you
So
please
who
explain to a
keeps
dumb
muting me?
Balkan man? Woman, I'm gonna kick you. Let somebody else speak for a second.
Okay, I'm
Let's keep
sorry.
this
Yeah,
conversation.
I got a question if you guys will have me.
Hey.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we'll have you. Go ahead.
Yeah, what's up, people? All right, so I'm in this whole AMC. I don't even know what to call it. I think it's a
Speaking of scams,
Really? That's what the question was gonna be about, AMC?
No,
no.
where is he?
Somebody muted me. But anyway,
No.
yeah. So I had, like a lot of times when you're on Twitter and social media, you're stuck in this whole echo chamber of like people. They're reaching so hard and it drives me crazy. So I want to get some perspective from people that are just play the market as a whole. So I heard somebody earlier say that you guys that they believe that it's gonna go bankrupt by January, which I don't know if that was trolling and that's like a joke.
What happened? Nobody muted you.
I
Are you
don't know.
here?
I think we're
Oh, somebody muted me, I guess again. I don't know.
Okay. Do you see who muted you?
It didn't say. I wasn't looking at my screen. But anyway, yeah.
Think
So
your
I'm just trying to get
connection
a
just
general
sucks.
idea of if you guys really do believe that the play is completely over, especially like as far as bankruptcy, because they do have a bit of liquidity now. And the earnings report, even just yesterday, they have almost $1 billion in liquidity. So bankruptcy to me seems like a stretch, but somebody did mention that earlier, and there are two major blockbusters that are probably supposed to be like one of the top, two of the top movies of the year. So, yeah, please, and if you respond, people who have actually been paying attention to the play, like not just random people that are just gonna chime in, but yeah, feel free to
Paying
chime
a
in.
lot of attention to it. I think with the closing of the other theater that's going bankrupt, the one that starts with R, I can't remember off the top of my head. With them going out and with the, like you said,
So
those
Regal's
blockbusters
going
coming
out?
Yeah, Regal. I shorted their stock and made some cash on it. But they're with those blockbusters coming out, I mean, that's really all it's going to take for AMC to kind of spin it around, especially with them kind of being one of the only theaters around. Just saying.
I mean, you go to an AMC theater to watch a movie, you've already paid your ticket to see the movie costs more than the share's worth.
Well, plus now they got the Zoom meeting rooms and you can buy their popcorn to eat at home. So I mean, they're definitely not going to go bankrupt.
And gold.
They're probably going to take off.
It
Gold
was me
also.
this morning.
They have
If you
gold
want, I'll
popcorn.
back that play up.
That's true.
Because I'm
I
watching it
can't
now.
name another movie theater that owns part of a gold mine. So that's got to be something too.
I honestly thought that was a horrible play. There's certain things that Adam Aaron's been doing that I haven't fully understood. Like I didn't agree with the whole ape dividend. I didn't like the fact that they're splitting the focus between two different tickers, and the volume on AMC has been significantly lower since the ape dividend, and it's been one of the reasons that they've been able to suppress the price a lot more. So I'm watching this. I'm down a significant amount, but I'm holding on, trying to see like where's the bottom first and foremost, and secondly, is it gonna? I do think it's gonna run back up, and I should be able to get my money back. But
okay, so you're like you're living in a house, right? That's
Yeah.
like somebody lit on fire a long time ago, and the fire is very small, and they were like, "I am lighting your house on fire," and you're like, "Yeah, that's okay."
And then there's a bunch of people screaming that it's not on fire. That's the problem.
Yeah, and
people are like ridiculous.
You can like physically see the flames, and then like your bedroom, your living room, your furniture. Now the house is like 95% on fire, and there are people like staring at you from outside, and they're like, "That guy's gonna die," and you're like, "This is fine." You're
Oh no,
literally
I
that-
don't
that
think it's
meme.
fine.
Oh,
was
okay.
he still,
But you're
was he
holding.
still in covered calls during this process?
No, I'm holding
you're
because
staying in
I
the
don't
house.
think it. I think when the economy does flip, I'm gonna get some of that money back. So I'm not even positive I'm gonna get all of it back, but I want to get a decent amount of it
When
back.
did you?
I think
When did you change your opinion?
Honestly, around the time the dividend was announced, I was arguing with people in the community, even on social media and whatnot. I was telling people left and right, I'm like, I think this is a horrible play. Volume is one of the only reasons that we actually can hold them from pushing it down, because the amount of people that are still buying. And even now, like when the other day, I think we were the fourth most bought stock on the ticker, or in the market, and then we still went down, I think, like 5% or something. It's rough.
On the whole market. Where did you check
No,
that?
I know the whole market's down. Clearly, like Tesla hit a 52-week low.
No.
I
So
understand
you
that.
said
What's he talking about?
no. You said the AMC was the fourth biggest buy on the marketplace. Where did you check that? I find that hard to believe, actually. Honestly,
Is somebody holding AMC here?
Are you talking about the volume? He is.
Oh my goodness, dude.
No, wait. We asking the question.
What's the
How
bull
long have you been
case?
holding AMC for?
Since birth.
I've been averaging down, so I bought like more than half of it after it already started falling apart.
Have you tried
Don't
averaging
filter.
down more?
Yeah, no. I've averaged down a lot. I've averaged down considerably, but I'm still in the red. Because clearly,
How much did you put in?
Start selling covered calls. You know,
After
get your money back.
This is Wall Street Bets. You could average down a lot more.
Yeah.
Can you post the loss stuff?
Yeah, post it.
This is unfortunate.
I'm not doing that, man. It's embarrassing.
I can only have.
Let's just put it like this. The total amount I've invested is around 40 grand.
Wait,
So-
we already know
Beautiful,
you're losing money.
beautiful.
Fuck.
Like
Yeah.
you just came on and said you like shot up a red flare and said, "I am a big fucking bag holder at AMC." What's wrong with just posting a picture? We'll pin it. We'll pin it at Wall Street Bets if it's that big.
I'm good, man.
Dude, the comment
I'm not here for attention. I'm here for perspective. So I'm trying to get an idea of if you guys genuinely believe
perspective.
that- No. It's the truth, because if you go on social media, if you post anything, like the entire ape community starts attacking you, and it gets annoying, man. I'm just like, you guys are retarded. Like some of the things you guys say are such reaches, and it's driving me nuts.
All right. It sounds like you're genuine here. I'll give you genuine feedback, right? The only people bullish on AMC are AMC bag holders. And so that should really tell you what you need to know there.
You got an opinion already. The house is on fire, and you're busy calculating centigrade to Fahrenheit.
We are all standing outside your burning house, and we're
I'm
not even
laughing
like
at you.
concerned. Yeah, we're just laughing. We're like, this guy's really gonna sit in there.
Not
Wait, why is he pouring gasoline to put out the fire?
Filter,
If I was
can
you, I
you?
would sell it all.
By the
Buy
way,
GME.
this is not financial advice. We don't know anything about
Not
it.
We don't have to say that every time. Everybody fucking knows we're not experts.
Yeah, I know that. I hate when people say that shit 50 times. in a YouTube
People,
video.
there's too many of us here. Let somebody talk when they're talking.
This is
Philip.
Malka.
Real quick.
a question.
I just want to make a. I'm going to press my icon and I'm going to hit the button that says move to listener, and I'm going to make room for the other people who have their hand.
Beautiful.
This guy, hero.
Beautiful.
Thank you for your
Filter,
service.
could you provide us with the data where you find that the AMC was the fourth biggest purchase on the stock market. I'm genuinely curious about that, and I saw it in the comments.
Yeah, I saw a screenshot. So I didn't. Even,
so you saw?
No, I saw a screenshot from some website. I wasn't paying attention that much, but I saw that, and that's not even the only time though. There's been times where 100% it was like the number one bought stock in the market, and it still was in the red. It's happened. Like those times I was paying attention more, but the past week I was just skimming through it and I saw a screenshot.
Can I just ask a question about that? Are you saying that it was like the number one traded stock?
Yeah,
because highest volume.
No, I believe no, not the volume. Actually, that's not even possible though because the volume was high.
Higher, there's a seller.
I think the volume was only like 30 million, so that's not possible.
You guys
Yeah.
realize the answer is going to be disappointing, right? Like you keep
I-
digging.
I'm hoping for that. I'm hoping for
They
that.
always manipulate that stuff. Usually, think of one big seller unloading on retail, and then they're unloading 1,000 shares, and each one of those retail traders picks up one share, and then they're going to tell you, "Oh, look at all this volume, look at all these buys." You got to kind of look past that to what's really going on.
Yeah, I was skimming through it, and I just happened to catch it with mine. That's why I wasn't even giving it much attention. But
You guys, you keep trying to find the answer, right? And it's like this guy is like taking us on a 10-mile walk, and you like, oh, I wonder what we're gonna see. And then we get to the end of the 10 miles, and he points at a fucking dog turd. Like that's this whole experience right now. Can we please move on?
I was hoping that he said he saw a screenshot somewhere.
I think we know.
Come on, we know it's the dog turd.
By Me, Loose, Stephen King novel, amazing.
Yeah. Hey,
So
wait.
he said $45,000 you lost. Just to let everybody know. That's what he said.
Let's move on to GME now.
No, but wait, filtered. Please post a lost board and send somebody a message from us. It's a beautiful number. It really is.
I'll pass on that.
Makamea. Is that how you
I'll
say
definitely
it?
pass on that.
Yep.
You were trying to say something, and then a bunch of dudes with a lot of testosterone started talking over you.
Yeah. Just making sure my mic is able to be heard.
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay. Just to preface, I'm just about to walk into a gynecologist appointment in about 10 minutes. But one question was,
Thanks for sharing. I hope everything's okay.
She's a woman. We got
It's
it.
the once a year
Hey, we don't
appointment.
know, we don't know
We
what.
know how it goes.
Hey, it's 2022. We don't know what.
Let her finish.
So speaking of idiots on this Wall Street Bets group, I was just wondering why it seems so common that most of you guys play options that have DTE under 30 days, because I found in my experience that almost all of them I lose to theta. So most of my options plays are 3 months to 18 months to 2 years out, and then I just try to harvest some profit and buy or whatever the play is. Yeah, over.
So
I'm not trying to be
there's a-
devil's advocate, but I do not believe that you are playing over 90 days. Anything 90 days and more is really just a gamble at the end of the day, and it holds no. I mean, you can't play anything on that.
That's not true.
Wait.
Real quick, there's a subreddit. There's a subreddit called Theta Gang for these types of plays. All right, this is Wall Street Bets, where we're trying to steal like a multi-bagger, and so that's why we're buying stupid short expiry.
And because it's fun.
Because we just gamble. That's it. We don't care about anything else. We just YOLO.
The probability in options several months out purchased will go profitable at some point before expiration is actually very high. So buying the short-term options are what causes people to lose all that money. I actually agree with the individual who was speaking previously about buying three months out options.
Yes, but you pay for that with a higher premium. The reason why Wall Street Bets tends to use short-dated, out-the-money contracts is because if they go in the money or their thesis comes true, the value of those contracts multiply. So you effectively risk $1 to make 10. And that's
Well, but wait a second. What about in the case of an inverse or a leveraged option that also has that same multiplicity?
Okay,
All
and
options are
you
leveraged.
multiply by the whatever the multiplier is, 2x, 3x, or -1 if it's inverse.
But I mean, if it's a 3-day, like if it's a 3x daily, like stock or ETF rather.
So if you're talking about SQQQ, which is a 3x inverse, you as the option holder, assuming you buy puts, are benefiting in some very, very indirect way the theta or the carry cost of those leveraged ETFs.
Yeah, I get you. But I mean to say an increase of 1% increases the baseline price. So subsequent increases of 1% or decreases of 1% compound.
So
I
assuming
think
the option
mathematical
contract is
modeling
in,
is important. for you
assuming the contract is in the money, then yes.
No.
So in the case of
Okay.
TQQQ, hold on. In the case of TQQQ, which is the SPY, I think 3x levered bull ETF, for every dollar increase in SPY, or rather for every 1% increase in SPY, there should be a 3% increase in TQQQ.
And how
then
does that impact the implied price 3 months from today? Much more than 3x.
Not true, because an American option can be exercised at any point between now and expiration, whereas a European option, which a lot of pricing models use or assume, can only be exercised on the maturity date. So the reason why option prices can be theoretically more valuable than their what's the term, intrinsic value, is because of that potential increase between now and expiration. In the case of for a European option, in the case of American option, there are instances of arbitrage where the option premium plus the strike price is greater than just buying the shares outright and using it, or shorting the shares outright and using it as collateral for exercising the option. Does that make sense?
Well, I understand exactly how the process works, but I don't think you understand how the volatility of the price of leveraged options changes over time as the date of expiration approaches.
So you're telling me the implied volatility of a contract goes up as the day's expiration goes down?
Trying to.
I'm trying to understand your perspective.
Oh, that doesn't make any sense. The implied volatility is higher further away from expiration. So the only point to be made is that the longer away the expiration date is, the higher there is a probability that somebody could profit at some point holding that option.
What does that have to do with volatility?
Well, I don't. Well,
I don't even know what the original question was.
So
I just wanted to clarify
this guy
that.
started telling me stuff about how options work, and I was like, dude, I'm talking to you about like the value of the option over time and what it's.
I thought somebody asked the question. I thought that the woman asked
He
the question,
disappeared.
why is everyone retarded? And then we
I
started.
think you get
disappeared. There was a
better advice from your gynecologist. If you could ask him for a play and report back, I'd appreciate it.
Will do. Is part of it also due to lack of capital in this group?
I have an answer for that young lady.
What the? No, wait. What did she say? Lack of what?
She said you're
poor.
poor.
You are the poors, and you can't afford
So she
far
says,
out up.
Woman.
I just want to clarify.
Okay.
You did say yearly, right, for those option plays? You said 9 to 12 months. Am I correct when I heard that?
3 months to 18 months, and then I usually capture about or get out when I capture about 30% profit.
3 to 18 months is quite the spread, right? Wouldn't you agree with that?
Quite the spread.
What are you getting at,
at?
IOT? You can make money at 3-month expiration. You can make money with 18-month expiration.
Yeah, she just said she gets out at 30% profit. So that means she's making money.
Can I say something about that to her thing? The reason why I go short options is because this morning when Roblox had everybody bought back in because it's at a discount. When it reached its peak, I bought puts. In 3 hours, I made 100%. That's why I'm in WallStreetBets and not over in the 18-month option people.
Okay, for people that are option experts.
What was the expiration on your puts?
November 11th, this Friday.
Okay, so 2 days. That's just the distinction I want to highlight.
To more directly answer your question or speak to it, I'd say it's a combination of both those. Shorter terms is more like a gamble. You can easily get 100% or higher returns in a few hours. But yeah, a lot of us are pores here, and you can find those zero DTE options for a heck of a lot cheaper and gamble.
Ben, I hear your proctologist usually has some good stock picks. What do you think?
No buts about it.
Copper, wood, and Dole.
Gotta like a proctologist who loves wood.
So,
I mean, if I'm holding leaps, man, I'm holding leaps in my boomer portfolio. Like, I'm not holding them in my options trading account.
You guys know, you all know, you can buy leaps and still make short-term trades. You know, it's like you don't have to choose one or the other. I mean, I know most of you are poor, and that's why you don't know a damn thing about leaps because you can't afford them in the first place. But they're not mutually exclusive. You can have multiple strategies. It's okay.
Are you talking about poor man's covered calls, Luce?
You can do those, yeah.
It's a poor strategy.
But I'm just talking about leaps in general. I mean, leaps are like smart people do leaps, you know. Not saying that they don't do short-term trades, but like to say leaps are bad, statistically speaking, you are bad.
So just to clarify, she never did specify whether she's doing naked calls, long puts, or doing straddles, or what she's doing exactly. So I would like clarification on that, if that's okay.
Naked calls are selling short calls without covering, not long calls. There's a difference.
Y'all want clarification after all the speculation?
Well, she said she's doing 18 months and getting a nice return, so I was just curious.
Yes, you can buy something and then sell it when it appreciates 30% in value.
You don't have to hold your options till expiration, guys.
Yeah, I understand that. I was
You
just.
mean we can have different strategies? No.
You do if you want to see zero.
Wait, what?
Why are you justifying yourself to one random woman? We can move on.
I thought this was just a casino, guys.
I just wanted to give out a shout out. Loose Ventures. I just realized who your little icon was. That's my hero, by the way.
Oh, very nice.
That's really him.
It's actually him.
Really him.
That's his real image.
Yeah, that's actually him.
Yeah,
I met him in person.
Well, Bill, it's nice to meet you. I hear you've got some hugely brass balls.
Yes.
Like, they're just
Yes,
like
thank you.
gigantic. It takes a semi to drag
It's all
them
true.
around. I mean,
It's all true.
That shit's tight. You know, I've not seen anybody have as much
Stay tuned
balls.
for my next move.
Yes, for real. I think they did you shitty.
Alex
You know,
Jones is saying it's true. It must be true.
God will come to me this weekend.
I have a question for the room. Does anyone know why I have calls for AT&T that expire in January?
Because Rockstar told you to.
Give me your bank account.
I thought
and your
someone told me
password,
to.
and I'll let you know.
Rockstar was the guy with the AT&T play. I don't know exactly the nature of it.
Yeah, I don't know either. All right.
I will say that holding AT&T is doing well.
He has a crush on Lily. That's why he sent the play.
Fun fact, by the way, the trade desk, which was originally at 47 pre-market, is now 42.52. So that guy with those put options, is he still here?
I asked that when it broke negative and it just kept going down. I've not heard. Well, we'll hear from him tomorrow, probably.
I thought the guys with calls are here.
So is it too premature to buy some calls right now and hopefully go up tomorrow?
Why would you buy calls on Trade Desk? Look at their financials.
Sarcasm, sorry.
You could sell some calls. That might make sense. But do them like 18 months out for that girl.
The person I know that bought in super heavily, she was like, "Hey, look at what happened. The news finally broke." And I was like, "Yeah, I'd sell like right now." And then she didn't. I was crushed.
You know, the Trade Desk was one of Motley Fool's favorites. And by the way, if you don't know by now, Motley Fool, they're Motley Fool of shit. Am I right? No, but seriously, they were bull market geniuses. They just picked random high growth tech stocks and did a podcast and released an article and say, pay for Motley Fool premium, whatever the fuck. And they looked really good because a lot of those stocks did really well. but then they all fucking crashed. And now Motley Fool's back because I'm getting advertisements from them. I never paid for their stupid shit, but now they're back and saying we have an average annualized return, each stock, blah blah blah. But it's all fucking bullshit. So just FYI, PSA if you're looking at Motley Fool.
So, what's your recommendation on Zacks?
Zacks is, they're not as bad. I'll say that, but it's just another fucking service. That's like, if the market's going up, then all great, you know, like let's hope that they're picking stocks that have a high beta or that are high growth and they're going to move faster than the market. That's it. If the market's going down, those none of those stock services have any real value because they're still just telling you to buy stocks. You could just come here and ask us what stocks are you buying, and you won't get charged. So fuck any service that's trying to charge you for stock picks.
I like to go stock gumshoe. Yeah. They usually bust those people out, and they'll say, you know, what they're slamming behind them.
The real question with all these guys is like, if Motley Fool is that good, then why don't they have like $1 billion under management in a fund? If like that's their actual ROI.
Oh, it's simple. Motley Fool makes 1,000 recommendations, let's say.
That wasn't me.
150 of those recommendations work out. They tell everyone about the 150 recommendations that worked out and ignore the 850 that didn't.
I think that was rhetorical.
Oh.
But for anybody that didn't know, yeah, that's a good answer.
Hey, I just wanted to share a news event with you guys. I don't know if you had talked about it already, but Russian High Command has officially ordered the withdrawal of all Russian forces west of the Dnieper River, which meaning Russians are
to be expected.
Well, it means the Russians are essentially surrendering the city of Kherson and the outlying areas. Yeah, but the reason why that I bring it up is because I watch a lot of news coverage from the UK because they're a little more in depth about this stuff. And they seem to be under the impression, I mean, the intelligence community seems to think that what Putin wants to do is to set off a dirty nuke and blame it on the Ukrainians. So I know what you guys are going to say, like, you know, you shouldn't plan your portfolio around nuclear war, but there's a chance that the Russians might set off just a tactical nuke and then blame it on
Zaporizhia. No, it's a nuclear power plant.
Zaporizhia. Or that Zaporizhia, they could blow the power plant and then the entire reservoir would rupture and it would flood southern Ukraine with like radioactive water potentially. So that's another option.
Zaporizhia is already without electricity, so yeah, there's a lot of chatter about it.
I hear that makes vodka taste really good.
I will have to try it out.
Too soon.
Somebody said they thought Motley Fool was a website like the Onion News. I mean, kind of, yes.
I just wanted to thank everybody for today's entertainment. It was an amazing start, and I think we've covered everything.
No, thank you, John.
Yeah, there are no more topics in the world. We did cover it all.
Today's call is for the record books for sure.
I still haven't heard anybody talk about Stellantis. I was kind of disappointed.
Yes. Let's talk about it.
Today's
You got my take.
It's been
You guys
brought
have a question?
D and the number 3.
You got a question?
Should I pull out a Carvana or not yet?
Oh no! Wait, when did you buy? I was about to talk trades, but no, please. This is more important. What price?
Let me check real quick.
Have you tried averaging down on your cost?
Nice.
Research shows that averaging down on a stock like Carvana is a brilliant way to ensure that you lose even more money.
Yeah, that's good money after bad. Carvana, cut your losses and run. Deploy that capital somewhere else.
I bought at 13.
So that's not nearly as bad. You're not doing as poorly as the CEO who first started buying at 80. I think we should try to reach out to the CEO and the management of Carvana and get them to post loss porn. By the way, if you're not savvy on that, go to openinsider.com and check Carvana, and you will see literally billions of dollars in stock purchases since about March. And we got entry prices of $80, $104.77, $39, $32, $27. You fucking name it. These guys are the biggest bag holders since fucking Bill Huang. Since
Yeah,
me,
but
I mean.
his father sold. His father sold it at a peak.
Oh yeah, but then they bought back in.
His mother was a mother.
But that's because the father wasn't the father convicted of financial crimes. So like
Sins of the father.
Yeah, fraudster. Yeah.
He at least knows how to read a financial statement well enough to fake one. So he was probably selling for a reason.
Maybe the son is just like very rebellious, and he's like, "Fuck you, dad," and he's like, "I'm gonna buy
100%.
shares."
Yeah. This is great business, Dad. I'm gonna show you. This is gonna be the biggest "I told you so" moment ever.
I think short sellers want Carvana's stock price to actually go to zero. That has like short seller favorite written all over it. So don't be surprised if the stock price just continues getting cut in half over the next month or so.
So pull out or double down?
Double down is what I'm saying. Yeah, definitely double down. Put your retirement, everything into it.
Lewis, I say pull out, Lewis.
Look
Kids
at the
breaking the rule number one.
If you look at
Don't
their
buy with
financial,
emotion.
9 months left.
Sad you would pull out.
Hey, Luce, did you also notice that the two of the directors actually just yesterday bought 50 and 100,000 shares?
So we need to make them all mods then, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it. Thank you for saying that.
We'll send invites out.
They would have to prove their gayness first, Lewis. Is that correct?
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that.
Not at all. That's simple.
You could always buy calls and sell naked puts to make some of your losses back on that too.
Ooh, naked puts.
Oh man. Yeah, I don't know if buying more Carvana is the way to go, man. But hey, don't take it from us.
Yeah, I'm not sure buying less is the answer either. Who knows? Just buy a car. Then you got a place to live.
Hey, so I got a couple trade setups. Not just a specific trade, but I'm bearish sentiment. Any shitty stocks you see, preferably are above $1 billion in market cap, and maybe trading. I don't know, like we'll say at least close to $20 per share. The higher the better in market cap and absolute share price. So the trade setup that I like, I'm going to assume you guys have a basic understanding of selling options as well, which might be a mistake. But the trade setup I like is selling the front month contract, front month put. So maybe, let's say December, sell a put for expiring December out of the money. Let's say for you options trading guys, let's say delta of like closer to 20, and buying a back month or a contract a put that expires much further out. So say like May. So buying, let's say the same strike put. So I don't know. Let's say you do Coinbase and you sell the December. Let's say strike 35 put expiring December, and then you buy. We'll say June because there's no May, and then you buy a strike 35 put expiring June. So it's all it is. It's a calendar spread. But that's a way to short a stock without, I guess like spending so much freaking money on the puts because they're very expensive. And what you're gonna want to do is roll the December put that you sold, basically as long as you can, and then maybe like 2 months out from the June put, or 2 months out from whatever the long put is. You're going to want to adjust, close, maybe reestablish the trade for a later date, something like that. So you get premiums for selling the front month put and rolling that, and it helps to finance the long-term put. What I like to do is I like to leverage up on the long put. So instead of just doing 1 for 1, selling 1 put December, buying 1 put June, I'll say sell 4 puts December and buy 5 puts for June, or maybe even like sell 4 and buy 8. I might double up. So that's a trade I like for the high flying or the high growth stocks with very high IV, very expensive puts. Kind of help finance those stock prices and hope they go down gradually over time rather than just like tank.
Joke's on you. I didn't get anything that you said.
Very nice. But yeah,
I lost me after about 4 when you saying 4 or 5. I was like, damn it, I just lost all of that.
I understood Delta. That's as far as I understood.
I think that talk was too advanced for everyone here.
He said
Can you dumb
basically
it
for
down
high
into,
growth
like,
stock
one
and high
sentence?
IV, you have to sell 4 puts and buy 8.
Just give up, loose.
Long-term options girl understood it.
Yeah. So just whatever you do, make sure you're not just selling like naked exposure. Yeah, just make sure that the selling, whatever you're selling, is fully covered by like a long contract. Just always do that.
So buy OnlyFans?
Yeah, sure. That's what you got out of all that.
I don't know. I heard sell puts, same strike point, multiple months going out further and further and further, but I missed why you do it.
You do this, so yeah, sell the near term put, right? So in this example, it's December, and buy a long term put for the same strike going out several months, let's say like May or June, and then yes, you roll the near term put that you're selling, keep rolling that, collect premium, and then about like 2 months before the longer term put expires, that's when you either want to close or reestablish the trade, and like push it back, in other words, reset the trade for a new time frame. But the idea is you're paying the purpose, the why is because it's too damn expensive to just buy those long-term puts outright. So you want to try to cover the cost of the long-term puts by selling short-term volatility.
All right. Yeah, I missed the part where you were selling the first short and selling the first long.
Yeah, and a surefire way to really boost your income in the meantime is for New York guys, under the Brooklyn Bridge, there are some men that will meet you there. They will pay you for certain favors. So that could boost your income by a solid 100 to 300% on this trade.
So just to clarify,
which bridge?
Sorry, Queensboro Bridge. Sorry.
I thought it was Brooklyn or Manhattan. Which one? 'Cause I'm in Dumbo right now. I'll go.
Yes.
Queensboro. Sad tells me that there's much more traffic under the Queensboro Bridge.
I thought it was Wendy's.
Was that Starbucks? No, Gallagher's. Wait, I can't remember.
so on the 2 months before long-term call or put expires, you reset it. How many months would you recommend going out to?
Do something very similar. If you went 1 month out on the short term and you went 6 months out on the long term, do it again. Pretend it's a new trade, right? At some point, it makes less sense. I won't say it doesn't make any sense, but it makes less sense to do this trade because at some point, maybe the stock price is falling too far, or when the price gets to like $15 or lower, you don't have that many options available. You don't have that many strikes. So it becomes like harder to set up like the ideal trade. Like if you wanted specifically 20 delta for the near term put, right? Maybe all you have is a 10 delta and a 30 delta put. So that's where it's kind of like, you don't have the optionality. So at some point, it doesn't make as much sense to do this trade. That's why I say like try to find stocks that are trading at maybe close to $20. The higher, the better. And then market cap, maybe about 10 billion. The higher, the better. The reason for that is essentially because as the market caps of stocks get much smaller, it becomes easier for them to have big percentage movements upwards. Which is what you don't want.
Do you have any rich plays? $20 seems like a very poor price. I was taught earlier. So I was just wondering if I wanted to feel affluent, what price of the stock do you suggest I go for?
I mean, I don't think there's like you don't need to go for like a high stock price. I mean, to be honest, if you know a very shitty company, like a shitty business, revenue growth estimates are just dropping and it's trading like $200, sure, like let me know.
Lewis, this is very important. The Roblox put that you mentioned, 100% for half, and I'm at 143% for the other half right now.
Yeah, I pressed the big red button and made it happen.
Hey, you said it would happen, and that was what was important. You took your financial advice.
Captain Hindsight, thank you very much. Or is it like Admiral Foresight? I don't know.
Foreskin.
Admiral Foreskin. Hey, Opinion said no sexual stuff, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's all I ever think about, though.
Yeah, so don't talk about any butt stuff or any like hand stuff. No butt darts. No,
Don't forget feet.
If it's too big, would it be a 5-skin if it's too big?
Yeah, that's another good example of what not to talk about. Anybody else have any good examples of sexual stuff that we shouldn't talk about?
We shouldn't see
Cowgirls, reverse cowgirls,
genitalia,
drinking piss,
calculated monitors.
Did somebody just say drinking piss?
Yes, confirmed.
You said it so like quietly, like you wanted it to be taken seriously.
Yeah. So I do have a question about Elon's
Drinking piss?
tweet on his.
Oh, Elon.
Same difference.
Yes, the comment about him trying to, on the screen. Do you think there's going to be any good place for that in regards to product placement?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, your local handy wipes are going to go through the roof, and probably Jergens massage lubricating.
I was gearing more towards the flat screen monitors.
I mean, we could go back to old curve style, but I think the drippage would just be too much.
Give it a shot.
Is there a screen, a monitor screen that is liquid proof?
Okay, now I'm lost.
It's a real serious question, actually, though. I was thinking that maybe somebody will play on that for their marketing.
They do make marine grade monitors. So you could probably find something like that.
And you can pour liquid on it, or not liquid. You don't want to necessarily pour it on it.
You can't submerge it in water, but it'll take a splash or two.
I mean, they sell outdoor TVs. All the bars in Miami Beach have them.
No sex talk.
Yeah, and that's why I'm shorting Roblox.
You can check the NEMA rating. So we're going to be looking for something that's rated NEMA 4, NEMA 4X. That's directional water hose resistant.
That's great.
So, Luce, do you still have any of your hurricane plays in play? Now that Florida's getting hit again?
Yeah, now the second part of my hurricane play. Well, Halliburton actually, I came out okay on Halliburton, but the second Generac round 2 failed because Generac sucks, I guess. But that honestly wasn't a big deal because that initial run up we had on Generac, I think what was it, like August or something? I made good money on that, and I was like, okay, or like July, I don't remember. So like the second round of playing Generac was just the house money. Halliburton did well at some point, so I made a little bit of money. But overall, the hurricane trade, it really didn't pan out the way I thought it would, or frankly, or any freaking climate scientist thought it would either.
Isn't your account pretty much all house money at some point?
Yeah, as in I took all the money in my house and I put it into my brokerage account, and now I'm losing it all. It's still house money.
I see what you did there.
It's sad. You were in on Halliburton too, yeah?
Hallie, yeah, I made a little dollars on those calls.
Yeah, that thing went on a tear because I remember it was like $25 last time we talked about it, and that's when I doubled up.
Shot all the way up to like 33, 34, no?
Yeah, it's at like 38 now, 37.85.
Meteor. That was the play.
Luce, how are you playing Rivian earnings today?
I might do. I'm going to think about it, but I might do another double diagonal, which I know I lost some people on the last trade, but double diagonal, I would buy the weekly strangles. So the options expiring this Friday. I would buy the weekly strangles, a good deal out of the money. Let's just say Rivian. Let me bring it up real quick. Just as an example, I'm not saying like this is the exact trade, but let's say as an example, Rivian, I'll buy strike 25 puts expiring Friday, and I'll buy strike 32 puts expiring Friday, right? That's the first part. And let's say I buy 5, and then I'll sell the the same strike. This would be like a double calendar spread, I guess. But I'll sell the same strike puts, strike 25 puts expiring December, and then I'll sell the same. I'll sell strike 32.5 calls expiring December. They don't have 32, so I could do 32 fives. So that would be, that's an example of what the trade would be, but I would go for a little bit of leverage on price direction. So if I were to sell 4 strangles expiring December, I'm going to buy 5 strangles expiring this Friday because I want that leverage. I want that big price movement. The reason I'm still thinking about it is because honestly, I don't know if Rivian's going to have that big of a move now. I mean, you look at what it's done over the past like 2 weeks, and it's just it was at 36.50, and now it's at 28.50. It's just, so I don't know. Maybe a big move is already priced in. So I'll think about it. I'm also already shorting it. Like I've been shorting Rivian, and I've been collecting some premium on shorting it as well.
Still 26 billion market cap. So you compare with Lucid. Lucid, for example, came down to, so it was 60, right? If you, let's say in the top, now it's back to 18 billion, you know? So I think there is still space for a crash for these companies.
I agree. I think Rivian, I mean, I don't see why they would avoid all the issues that all other automakers are having, and specifically electric vehicle makers, because they need more semiconductor chips than legacy car makers, right? So I don't know everything about Rivian, but I don't see why they would be like, oh no, we definitely like buck the trend. We're not like any other auto manufacturer. I don't see why that would be the case. So I would expect them to say, maybe they met production quotas like up until now, or maybe they're expecting to do that through the rest of the year. But if they're giving any guidance like past that, it's probably going to be shit.
Yeah, and as a comparison, everyone should always look at Renault, for example. Maybe in the US it's not very known, but it is in Europe and yeah, other regions. So Renault, for example, is trading at 8.7 billion. Okay, this is, let's say, one of the biggest automakers in France. That, if I'm not wrong, it merged with Nissan, Mitsubishi. Okay, so it's a group now, and it's just trading at 8.7 billion. It is a profitable company. Okay, they are doing from on average 50 billion revenues. So now go back and compare these Rivian shit stocks, basically no revenue, and trading 3 times Renault market cap. So just short it. Yeah, short. So, and sorry, I was mentioning some financial statements bullshit for all of you. I'm sorry for that.
Nissan cut production 30%.
Say again.
Nissan just came out the report today that they're cutting production 30% here in Tokyo.
Oh,
nice. That's a big cut. Well, fantastic.
Did the layoffs at Facebook have any effect on the stock by any chance? Have you guys been able to see?
Oh yeah, man.
It's going
Have
up.
you looked at the
Going
stock?
up.
Yeah, 2 days ago. Wait, not yesterday. Yeah, 2 days. Is it 2 days ago? Yeah, Monday. Stock price went up like what was it, like 6.3% or something? And then today it's up another. Let's see. Oh my God, it's up 7.3%. But
Well, I mean,
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
And that's why you buy leaps, right, Luce? I should have learned.
No, that's why you gamble. Yeah.
you also do leaps on Meta?
I did leaps on Meta. Yeah. I'm losing on half of them. I will say though. But I picked some up when it went to low 90s, maybe like 94, I think.
Are you like retired, Luz? Like,
Yes, I'm very retarded. Yes.
no, I mean like you made money and.
Oh no. I'm just another dude. I just I'm a janitor.
Love you, Luz. Yeah.
That's where he gets all the insider trading.
Speaking of Bed Bath and Beyond, my $5 puts are printing.
Oh hey.
November 18. So the question is, do I just hold it till the stock goes down to zero? Because we all know that stock's going to last about another.
What's your date? November
11/18.
Yeah, they're doing a bond restructure. November 14th. So wait to sell it after that. I think it's going to sink to $3.20 after that.
Seriously. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
And by the way, the guy that just told you that was a massive Bed Bath and Beyond bull. So if he's saying there's going to be a time to short the fuck out of it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, thanks, guys.
But also, I don't know if anybody likes ghost stories. Like when ghosts visit you in the middle of the night in your home, and they tell you like, "Oh, this company is not going to do well in this earnings or this next couple months. You better short it." So if you like ghost stories, a ghost visited me late at night one night and told me that the creditors of Bed Bath and Beyond were asking questions about the liquidation process, and that's not typical. So I'm very frightened about ghosts. So when they tell me things, I'm like, I'd better do something about this because I don't want the ghost to come back and haunt me a second time. So that's what the ghost told me.
Yes, I did.
Luce, was this ghost gay?
This ghost was what is it? They like go all directions or whatever. Like they don't care about gender.
It's one of those alphabet ghosts. I got you.
Can you do it in the ghost voice though? Can you do it just like the ghost said it?
But also, yeah. And I think I'll do the voice just how the ghost said it, and I think that'll reveal what ethnicity the ghost was, before he died. So here we go. It sounds something like this. Hey, say dog, Bed Bath and Beyond is shit, man. They calling in asking questions about the liquidation process, man. Something like that.
Opinion approved.
So it's South African.
I was going to go Dutch African. I thought that was OJ.
That was more of a Central Malaysian accent. I'm
Sounded
sorry.
Canadian to me.
I'm sorry if y'all misinterpreted that. That's on you. That's not on me. I'm not a racist.
I thought he was Korean.
Croatian.
And
this
that's
ghost
why I'm
tell you to
shorting
buy
Roblox.
calls?
Wait, what?
Did this ghost tell you to buy calls?
On Bed Bath and Beyond? No, he was saying bad things, so I don't want to upset him. So therefore, I buy puts.
Yo, whose mic is that? Is
It's
that
the
me?
ocean.
So, Luce, did the ghost give you a strike and an expiry?
The ghost. Yeah, the ghost didn't give me too many specifics, and that wouldn't be the first time the ghost has visited me, mind you. And the last time I did exactly what the ghost asked, and I was rewarded. So I listened to the ghost. But what I did was, and I don't know. I'm probably guessing. I'll say I'm guessing. It's a gamble. I did buy strike 1 puts expiring January, and I got those for 5 cents a piece. So those are still trading like 5 to 6 cents a piece.
Waterfield.
No, I bought. Yeah, no, I'm not selling puts on Bed Bath and Beyond. That's a damn sure. The ghost would be very angry.
Did I hear interactive brokers in the background somewhere?
Yes. Good ear.
And interestingly, since I bought those, the volume of open interest, they weren't that high, but now there's about 27,000 open interest and a little over 800 contracts in volume.
Yeah, I'm still sticking to my thesis, waiting to $3.20, and going to load back up for January.
Hey, anyone here is following or invested in MicroStrategy? You know, this guy, Michael Saylor, you know, what everyone knows, he went viral a couple of years ago, you know, with all this Bitcoin thing. But he, you know, they basically reported earnings
Gotcha. Liz,
last-
Mike just bought 100 contracts.
Sorry, what? Go ahead, journalist.
My ghost just bought 100 contracts.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, so the earnings were, you know, basically they still report kind of holding 130,000 Bitcoins. So what is going to be the impairment losses with this current hit for the next one, and how this is going to impact the business? Because what I know is that the core business is all right, more or less, you know, being a software is doing as the rest of the software, I suppose. But on the long term, so this is very strange. This is a unique company that basically went all in holding Bitcoins instead of having cash. Any thoughts on that?
Do you actually want my thoughts, journalist?
Yes, please, Hardy. I consider you an intellectual person here, please.
About time.
Alrighty. So I'm of the opinion that MicroStrategy is a leveraged Bitcoin ETF, way better than any other any other security that passes himself off as a Bitcoin ETF. Yes, they have a software business. Yes, it has its own cash flow. Yes, you could try to value it separately. However, I get the impression a lot of Bitcoin maxis who want to commit their 401ks to Bitcoin but don't appreciate the existing Bitcoin funds dump their holdings into MicroStrategy in order to get that exposure.
So it's a proxy to Bitcoin for, let's say, traditional investors, you're saying?
It's a leveraged proxy for Bitcoin, because when Bitcoin moves 1%, MicroStrategy moves a little bit higher, about 1.7 on average.
Oh, okay. Got it. All right.
Holy hell, the IV on that is astronomical.
I know,
IV,
right?
Holy shit. The premiums are like, I'm not even bullshitting. The premiums are, this is probably close to what GameStop was during the Great Squeeze.
What's the ticker?
MSTR, kind of like Mr.
So,
okay, the cost
we're
to
about-
borrow is 35%, by the way. So this is really fucking high.
We're about 70% off of the GameStop IV maximum for MicroStrategy. Sorry, I had about 30% off the maximum.
You should look at Beyond's borrowing cost.
What was that play for the 5 cent? Was that our ticker for that? Sorry.
I was buying strike 1 puts on BBBY, Bed Bath & Beyond, expiring January. I don't know. That's a gamble, man. I honestly don't know. Maybe it just goes up because, for no reason, but that's a gamble.
Okay, thank you. In I was just going to let you guys know that I'm going in BAC on Friday. I'm going hard, assuming that the elections won't be done till next week. And we'll be going in JPM as well as MS on the call side.
For those curious, Capital IQ says MicroStrategy has about a 29% short interest, short interest of total shares outstanding, and that's about 40% short interest of float. It did have a really big move downward this past week. So, I mean, and the cost to borrow is 35%. So this could be primed for like a dead cat bounce, but dead cat bounces are not like law. They don't have to happen. So, but I'm honestly thinking about selling call spreads.
I have a question for you. You commented one time about like if you see like shareholders percentage, like institutions says 120%, corporations 3%, insider 6%. There's a couple reasons that could be likely. Like one, it's just not updated records, or two, it's maybe just a glitch or something. Or what were those two reasons?
The main reason is because of just bad data collection and or reporting. You know, so like the data. Imagine you're trying to collect data on everybody, you know, in the U.S. on their whether they're like blue or red, right? And then you get all the results from the people that like blue first, and then I'm not trying. This isn't like a parody of the midterms, by the way, even though the colors are coincidentally the same. But let's say you get all the results from the people that like blue first, and then it skews the data. So, and then maybe some people change from blue to red. In the meantime, you don't have like accurate information until you're like well past the point, you know. So that's essentially what happens with reporting. Is it's always going to be inaccurate, like in the meantime.
So Carvana's company profile on Webull currently says updated as of November 1st, 120% is owned by institutions, 3% corporations, insider 6%. So you would say that's just outdated. That's not actual.
It's probably not. Well, okay, so there could still be, because of how shares are shorted, like if person A buys shares and then lends them out to person B, and then person C buys the same shares from person B, that's where you could get like really weird percentages. Like that's definitely possible. But I think a vast majority of the time, if you're seeing percentages that like crazy, it's probably like inaccurate reporting. And when they say like updated as of November 1st, I could say the same thing even if I've only collected opinions on the color blue versus red from like 30% of all people in the US. I can still say, oh, that's up to date as of today, even though it's not complete. You know what I mean? So that's kind of what they don't tell you in the reporting.
No, I appreciate it.
But honestly, for Carvana, it could be somewhat close to being true. Like somewhat. Maybe it's not 120%, but it could be something weird.
I'm still waiting for Carvana to be bought out and liquidated for their parts. I think it's a solid play.
Well, for the ghetto towers?
That's hilarious.
When did does anyone, there's one guy that weirdly creepily follows me since the beginning of this year. I don't know if he's here. I'm trying to remember when we first mentioned ghetto towers and the idea that Carvana was like ripe for a short.
What's a ghetto tower, just for clarification?
Ghetto towers, you know, the Carvana like towers that they showcase the cars in, right?
The car vending. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So my whole, I don't know, maybe I said this like 4 or 5 months ago, maybe longer. I can't remember. But my whole thesis on Carvana was that we're, you know, people were going to lose some money over time. Eventually, we're going to go into a recession, and that the towers that they had like near the ghettos were going to be taken over by the fine people of the ghetto establishments. And they were gonna, you know, like put like rims and stuff like that all around the towers, and you know, maybe like dollar bills, you know, like tape single dollar bills to the sides of the towers, and they were going to become these sort of like beacons for the ghetto. So that was my thesis on shorting Carvana is that their towers would turn into ghetto towers.
That's actually pretty cool. And then like a nightclub too, like add that on the top floor.
It could be a nightclub. Yeah, part of my thesis was actually if you could invest in the people that manage those, what would then become the ghetto towers, they would probably manage their company better than Carvana's current management.
So we're talking about a buyout. This is a pretty good extra strategy for them.
Leveraged ghetto buyout, yes. An LGBO, to give the professional financial term.
I like the idea of Tilray grow towers.
Yeah, I mean, I gave you the McHedge, and now I'm giving you the ghetto tower. So don't pass up another good idea. Reach out to the denizens of the ghettos of your local ghetto and make sure you're getting good with them. Maybe just like drive by slowly, like in front of their apartments or houses with the, like windows like barely cracked, just drive by real slow.
Like a 187.
Yeah, 187. That's a good number. That's a nice number. They'll probably like that number. So, you just want to let them know that you're here to invest with them.
Can I use a drone just for the purposes of who I am? Is it okay?
No,
I can still communicate. Speakers will be fine. Mic will be fine.
I think if you really want to be accepted as one of them, you have to learn their ways. And let's face it, they can't afford drones.
Okay, duly noted.
Should I take a blue or red durag?
Whoa, nobody said. Now it's getting racist. That's just inappropriate, man.
Yeah, we said ghetto. It could be like a white ghetto.
Yeah, exactly. I grew up in the ghetto. By the way, there was one person that said that was insensitive, like because it has racial, bad racial undertones. That's my home you're talking about. I came from the ghetto.
Luce, aren't you? How can you be from the white ghetto?
So bring moonshine.
Eminem's ghetto was white.
There you go. Yeah, it's actually the person that suggested that I was being racist by saying the ghetto, it's only for certain people. That was actually the racist comment, implying that white people can't be ghetto and that people that grew up in the ghetto can't refer to their own home as the ghetto. You're racist.
Aren't white ghetto people rednecks?
Luce,
It's
not in Detroit.
Isn't that ghetto?
Everyone should look up who created the word ghetto, and I think everyone would stop using that word.
That was Cartman.
It was Adolf Hitler.
I mean, Adolf Hitler, his birthday is on 420, but that doesn't stop all you fucking retards of saying 420.
That's right.
That's a fact, by the way. I'm not making that up. You are celebrating Adolf Hitler's birthday.
Are you saying 420 didn't happen, Luce?
420.
It's 420 somewhere.
Yeah, I hope that's like a fucking brilliant fact for the damn week for you guys. 420 is fucking Hitler's birthday.
I'm not trying to downplay the fact, but technically Germany is ahead of America. So on part of the world, they would not be celebrating on the exact day of Hitler's birthday. Not trying to be technical here.
That is technical.
Hey, we got an update from Trading Desk Puts guy. Apparently, he had 300,000 in puts, according to his post, and he was down 65,000 at open, and now it's fighting its way back to a nearly break even. And he might be up now from an hour and a half ago, and I think it continued down after that.
If he was still holding, he should be up because it looks like it's moved down like a solid 5% from an hour ago. Or he's just getting like ridiculously IV crushed and he's still not like going to make money.
When do they expire?
If this is the same guy that was talking this morning, in like 2 weeks.
Okay, he should be making money then, for sure.
Yeah, he should be. Yeah, he should be going from loss porn to gain porn here pretty soon, if he's not already.
Wait, actually, do you know what strike? Because I just looked 2 weeks out, and most of the puts have lost money. Actually, I don't know if he's making money, man. I'm looking across the whole options chain, and all the puts have lost value.
Let's see. He says, here we go. He added images. Oh God, he's got 40, 35, and $30 strikes at 11/11, so expiring this Friday.
You said strike 40 and strike 35?
Wendy's there.
Yeah.
Those are down as of right now, day over day, or from yesterday. Strike 40s are down 67% in value, and the strike 35s are down 91% value.
And strike 30.
The top comment is "Don't sell, dude."
Oh man. Well, I mean,
Nice.
see,
Keep in mind,
this is why you do that double diagonal, man. You know what's funny is if you did a double diagonal, leverage, to the to price direction, leverage to on the call input side for this week, you probably could have cashed out, like maybe making a few bucks at market open when it was up. So now he's losing money even though he was right. Yeah, that's a massive IV crush.
Journalist, what do you think of the IV crush?
Boom, boom, boom.
I still don't know what that means. So I will let Hardy comment on that. He gets excited with IV crushes.
Oh wait, I don't see him. Did Hardy leave, or is he just like not visible?
Oh, he left.
What's the ticker for that play that guy bought a crapload of
a
puts for?
TTD, the trade desk.
Oh, okay.
So what's the play for the CPI shit that's coming out tomorrow?
I just like selling volatility through the crazy calendar events and just selling an iron condor. I think I actually sold a strangle on the SPY, but I might adjust that and make it an iron condor just in case the markets move like crazy.
If SPY gets to 375, I'm playing calls for tomorrow overnight.
I think if anything, like the most accurate prediction you might be able to make as far as market movement based on the CPI is whatever it does immediately, it will probably reverse because that's what it tends to do. So I think, especially if it's up, if the markets go up like 2%, I wouldn't be surprised if it just went right the hell back down.
Cool.
But I'm just gonna stick with selling volatility, selling iron condors, or strangle
And
big balls.
just remember your Santa Claus rally. It's 46 days till Christmas, so be careful if you're buying puts you don't want to burn.
Oh, here's a real life play.
Wait, could you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, keeper.
Well, I know a lot of people buy 35 to 45 day puts or whatever they recommend or whatever, but there's a Santa Claus rally that happens just about every year. Although this year it's up for grabs how much of a Santa Claus rally we're going to get at the end of the year. But be careful buying puts because if there's one time of the year where statistically you get burnt, it's right around Christmas. So all I was just saying was my work phone here has a little countdown here and it says 46 days till Christmas. And I know a lot of you guys buy stuff between 30 days and 53 days. And so I just putting the warning out there. That's all.
Hey,
PSA. That's
appreciate it. I just want to understand your why you said it. Thank you.
So you're telling me Tesla stocks will go up?
Hey, Luce said he had a live play. I'd like to hear from Luce.
Yeah, let's get back to the live play here.
Oh, real life play. Oh, yeah, I had a real life play because I've given some other plays, but real life, kind of like the McHedge. Well, not really, but it's kind of like the McHedge. I'm sure you guys are starting to see like deals like in your news feed or whatever, like whatever news app you use. I'm starting to see a bunch of deals. A lot of companies have stockpiled inventory because of COVID, because there was a shortage and blah blah blah. So now, a lot of companies have mentioned on the earnings calls that they have a shit ton of inventory. And Apple, for example, is discounting some of its products like more than they've ever done before. However, Black Friday isn't here yet, and they're already doing it. So my prediction is that come Black Friday, you're going to see massive sales, like bigger than what they are now. So if you're trying to buy something like a laptop or whatever, wait till Black Friday, at least until Black Friday. And if you're big balls, this is like, holding out until like you're trying to call it the peak or the bottom in this case. Wait until after Black Friday. Wait until after fucking Christmas, and then see how desperate those companies get when they're trying to offload all those fucking laptops or whatever, like TVs, whatever they didn't sell through the holidays. You're going to see some ridiculously good deals. Also for Apple, for your Apple users. I don't know if you know, but they're switching, because of Europe, they're switching the adapters for phones. So what is it, like USB-C? Is that what it's called? They're going to start using instead of Lightning connectors.
Correct.
Yeah, so all the Apple products right now that don't have a USB-C connector, those they got to get rid of them, because when they start coming out with the new products that have the USB-C connectors and new phones that have those same connectors, right? Why the hell are those people going to buy older Apple devices that have the Lightning connectors? It doesn't make any sense. So Apple's going to need to just get rid of like all of that crap. So if you're an Apple fan, if you like Macs, I actually use a MacBook, even though I like lean towards Windows. But yeah, if you are, you're going to start seeing some really good freaking deals on Apple's like MacBooks, maybe like the 2-year-old models, stuff like that. There's also like really good sites for buying refurbished MacBooks that are like pretty good. Not just MacBooks, but any laptops, TVs, all sorts of shit. So yeah, the play is wait until at least Black Friday. If you got big balls and you like gambling, even on like bargain shopping, then wait until after Christmas, and you might even get a super good fucking deal on whatever electronics you want to buy.
You got to go to Big Lots for that?
Don't ever go to Big Lots. The reason why is because I'm shorting them. And the reason I'm shorting them is because a fucking ghost came to me and told me a very intricate story about Big Lots.
That same, I'm up 17% on my ghost trade, Lewis. Thanks.
Yeah.
So you know who turns out was real smart? The random Indian kid that joined the chat the other day that was like, hey, I'm thinking about selling my 1 share of Tesla to buy AirPods. Turns out that guy was 100% right.
We'll say 80% right, because I think AirPods are going to continue to decrease in value. So he didn't get the best deal ever, but he was right.
But I'm thinking about, with your news, he could have sold Tesla then and then waited for the AirPods to collapse. Maybe bought 2 AirPods.
he would have had hedge fund manager written all over him.
I think that's what Scald had figured out his dad was trying to make him into.
Well, I just thought his dad was trying to teach him about investing. Why else would you give a child a share of Tesla?
Oh, also more news. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I heard news. I'm shutting up.
I was gonna say more news from Rivendell, obviously the home of the elves in Lord of the Rings. Gas prices are expected to spike, and not only because there's there might be a spike in like in the cold winter, but also because a lot of states have some fine print and legislation that say a lot of the utility companies can just raise whatever price is around gas whenever they want to. So like Texas is one of those states where gas companies can just raise the price because they feel like it. They actually doubled the delivery charge for gas where I'm at, which was pretty fucking lame. But that's how it goes, right? So gas prices will probably spike. So just keep that in mind going through the winter. Even if it's not that cold of a winter, it's just companies trying to make more money.
Thank you. Keep buying gas. I love it. Yes, please.
All right, natural gas, that is. Oil might be okay, actually.
Buy them all, please. Buy more.
No. The administration will punish us for, well, not us specifically, but for people who voted red, they must be punished. So now we're going to fill the National Oil Reserve and really jack up the price. So how you like that? That's what they're going to say.
Nice. Yeah.
Hey, production
Drill,
has actually
baby,
been
drill.
really strong. Yeah, I don't know. Like if you look at the production figures, they've actually been strong. Like supply is kind of like not doing too well. But what'd you say? No, I was just gonna say production. Like in the headlines are reading like Big Oil is saying like screw you, we're not gonna keep producing. But they've actually been producing a lot. So like there's still a supply problem. But I think they're just kind of like like Big Oil is just kind of saying like, yeah, we're rebels. But then they're like, all right, yeah, get increased production for sure. Because the numbers are actually pretty good for production. Like I forget my terminology, but the capacity utilization rates of refineries. Somebody tell me what it is because I forgot. But the utilization rates of refineries are like they're the highest they've been in a long time. So oil and gas, like they're producing a lot right now, despite what the headlines are suggesting.
The other number that I found out today was it takes like almost 30 days to drill a well for fracking, but it only takes like 6 days to complete it. So what they do is they drill the wells, then they put them in standby status, and then it only takes them a week or a little bit less than a week to get them going. Well, the inventory of drilled and unused has dropped because they've actually started completing the wells and have begun fracking. So, yeah, production is definitely up, despite what they're saying.
And what state are you in?
That was a national number, so I don't know which state they were specifically. I know the Permian Basin factored large in their count.
That's what I was thinking, more of the Permian, because we just tapped ours and we're hoping to get about 2 million. The estimates are 2 million cubic feet a day.
I just want to say anybody that is bearish on Chevron and the productions, please go look at the latest CEO interview. And also, if you're thinking that we're going to have a crap load of non-gas refineries, please look in the cost that it actually takes to build a refinery and how long it takes. I think you'll be quite surprised.
And I'm just going to put this out there. When it comes to natural gas, I don't know how familiar you guys are with the history of it, but Western Midstream Partners is literally born out of Enron. And they didn't stop their shitty accounting practices. I highly encourage you guys to look into that company.
What's the symbol?
WES.
Thank you.
No, I know we're delivering ours to a company called Targa.
Yeah, a bit more info, I guess, relating it to actual stock prices. Or I mean, that does relate, but some more info on that. FactSet, old trusty FactSet, they are expecting oil and gas to slow down the growth. So specifically, earnings growth. So not necessarily mean they're going to start losing money, nothing like that. Just earnings growth in the oil and gas sector. They're expecting that to basically go flat, either flat or negative in the second quarter of next year. So they'll still be made like earnings for oil and gas sector is up something like over 100% year over year. Like it's ridiculous. And that's actually what's been carrying the like overall S&P earnings. It's been a vast majority of it has been attributable to the oil and gas sector. So FactSet is expecting that growth to go near, if not negative, go flat in second quarter of next year. So if you're trying to make money off oil and gas, I think they're still going to keep making damn good money. Like free cash flow is going to be really strong. I think for the past like 6 months, we've been talking about oil and gas. I've been bullish. I know I have. So like I think it's still a very good cash flow yield play. But as with with the rest of the markets, prices tend to react to sentiment. So, I would say, yeah, do it for the cash flow if you're in oil and gas, because cash flow it's the best in the whole stock market is oil and gas. But just be cognizant of, how like trends could change and that prices will reflect the change in sentiment at some point. So I'm looking at like second quarter. That's when I'm going to start being like real cautious.
I would ban bet my account that second quarter will be a positive cash flow.
You're betting against FactSet,
Yeah, no, I would. I really
I don't
would
mess with them.
Yeah, no, I really would, honestly. Because we are going to see, if we're lucky, a bull rally, bullish rally, into 2023. And obviously, if we're having a bull run and people are getting production up, we're going to need that gasoline.
I hope you're right, by the way. But FactSet, I'd like to look at them like on a quarterly basis for like 1 quarter ahead, even though they've been right like since the beginning of this year about end of year results. But yeah, I think by the end of fourth quarter, whatever FactSet is saying, like end of fourth quarter, beginning of first quarter, that's probably what I'm going to base my decision on. Because at that point, I'm like, all right, we're like 3 months out. FactSet should definitely have a good idea of what's going to happen 3 months out. So maybe, I don't know, maybe they say, you know what, never mind. Oil and gas is still freaking good to go. I guess we'll see.
Are you factoring OPEC and Russia situation here?
I would, generally speaking, I would say OPEC, Russia, it's like it has been, and for the foreseeable future, that's a bullish factor. But I say generally speaking because really it's kind of speculation. Because really it's like, okay, who knows what OPEC is going to do, right? You could say the same thing about Russia. Who knows what Russia's going to do? It seems to be the trend that they're just like, fuck the rest of the world when it comes to oil, So the trend is definitely they will probably not increase production by a good amount. They will probably continue to keep a tight lid on supply because that's good for their countries. So I think it's still speculative, right? Even though that trend is it's very evident, right? But it's so fucking political. So that's how it's always been with oil and gas, right? Like it could just change suddenly, right? OPEC just changes their mind because whatever reason, right? So that's why I say it's speculative. But if the trend continues, that's a nice cherry on top for sure.
Makes sense. Yeah.
But yeah, so like in short, what I'm saying is like even without OPEC or Russia, cutting production even further or keeping production where it's at, I still think oil and gas is definitely the best sector in the markets right now. I would say that beginning of this year, but that was before the war and before all this shit started happening. But yeah, I think it's the best sector right now.
Luce, didn't the war for Ukraine and Russia technically start on February 24th? I'm not talking about Google.com. I'm talking about legitimately this year when the headlines posted. It was like in February 2022.
I honestly don't remember February. Yeah, it sounds right. Yeah.
And so we had gas and oil still doing well way into 2021 too.
Oh, 2021. To be honest, like if all the people that got into oil and gas like in March or February, March, you were already late. Like you were so late, but it didn't mean that you weren't going to make more money, So the guys that got in like mid last year, holy shit. Like if you held on.
You were supposed to get in when it hit 0. That was the time to buy.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
That was your gift. I mean, that was a total gift going down to zero.
So anyway, that's how I feel. But you guys can put that on the record if you want. And I would like to ask a favor upon winning my bet. Please give me some kind of cool tagline. Thanks.
Roger that. Facts had also pointed out in the last report they just sent out that S&P earnings growth is, I believe, overall is negative year over year. So before it was positive because of energy, like solely because of energy, but now even with energy going up like crazy, S&P growth overall is negative for year over year. But also, what that also means is X energy earnings growth it's down like over 2% or something like that, that's a big change for the S&P overall.
Sorry, who mentioned WEF and in the same sentence, Enron?
That was me.
So what's the thing with that? Like I was just going through, this company, Western Midstream, but why did you mention Enron? What's your narrative here?
Well, Enron had its hands in like every sector, but by far the biggest asset they had was in natural gas. So if you just retrace, you can do it. You don't even have to visit any website except for the SEC's, and you can follow the money back to what companies were born out of Enron, who's responsible for them, where they are today. And I'm just going to put it out there that a major player in natural gas is the owner of the Houston Astros. And I used to work for them, and I definitely blew the whistle in a major way due to what I discovered after I parted ways with them. So,
and what did you
Enron,
discover?
Houston Natural Gas was the first company after Enron, and eventually it became Anadarko. Anadarko filed for bankruptcy in crazy way. It's closely tied to Occidental now. These are really shitty people, and they're straight up manipulating natural gas for the entire globe. That sucks.
Concern, can you back up just for a second and restate your storyline here? I'm a little lost. Sorry. I just heard like
no worries.
Sell out. That's all I heard.
Well,
the son that's an actor or whatever, he's like a kind of a freak or something like that. He was tying up women or something like that. Yep. Occidental.
Correct. Occidental occupies the building that Anadarko used to be in now. It's a private bailout. You want to know why Warren Buffett is buying Occidental? It's like straight greed.
Wait. Okay.
What?
What are we talking about now? I don't know what we're talking about.
I like this conspiracy theory.
He said he was a whistleblower.
It's not a conspiracy. I literally was on the inside.
No, I got you, but I
like it.
I'm asking very clearly. Like, can you give me I get the whole tied up stuff, all that, whatever, that side comment that came in randomly. But I wanted to know, can you start from the beginning and let me know exactly what the whistleblowing is about, and not how the company sold off or anything like that. I don't. That's not details I care about.
So if you look up Jim Crane, you'll see that he's in freight forwarding and logistics. However, if you dig up even further, you'll see that he actually worked for Enron. And it's
okay. And then
I lost my train of thought. Sorry. There's
being
it's a huge big picture.
Are you being threatened right now?
So then what happened with Warren Buffett? Sorry, go ahead with Warren Buffett part one more time.
Well,
Please and thank you.
Warren Buffett is heavily investing in Occidental, and Occidental is
Yeah, he already had like 3% or something before all this came out, I think.
correct, and they bailed. If Occidental didn't come in and save, pick up the assets from the Anadarko bankruptcy, the world would have been a shit show at that very moment. So I'm not here. That's very political.
Can you
I'm not
explain to
here
me
say-
how it would
I-
be?
I'm going to be
so
honest. I don't
I'm saying there's a
understand
big
like the
bubble.
purpose of this. Bubble in what?
Can I net this? Can I ask one real quick question? Is WES the symbol, and why do you specifically what are they doing that's Enron related? So I should buy puts.
Well, let me back up. And Jim Crane owned Eagle Global Logistics. EGL was the ticker on it. If you start looking into what happened with that company, the headlines read as a hostile takeover. And I discovered that it was the complete opposite of a hostile takeover. They were playing both sides.
Okay, man. I'm just gonna speak for everybody. You're losing people. If you could give like one summary,
I'm
like
getting
of
there.
everything. No, I know you've been getting there though, but
you got to do
you've
it.
lost a lot of people. So like, I'm trying to help you out here.
One
Yeah,
sentence answer to my question. What is this company doing that's Enron related? Can you answer that in one sentence?
It's the board members that literally manipulate the rest of the world. They
okay. So it's all a world conspiracy or
All
something.
right, I'm sorry.
Are they
That's enough of
cooking the
that.
books?
That's enough. Okay.
No,
He
let
would have
him
said it by
talk.
now.
No,
man, he's
I
just
was
like
writing down all the tickers. He was
Okay,
just listing.
no, I know who
Don't
he is.
worry, bro.
He's a guy that
I got him
came
for
on.
you.
He came on before a while back. He was sending people fucking DMs about he's a whistleblower and he's sending pictures of documents. I know exactly who he fucking is, and he's like playing dumb. Like
God.
I know who that guy is. So yeah, fuck
Okay,
him.
WESTARGO,
Like
EGL,
EGL, yeah.
EGL.
Hey, you guys, hold on.
They got some deal on. I think it was Netflix. That's where I got my info. They have a deal on Oxy, that company, and how the father died or something like that. And the son is an actor, and he started like molesting women or some shit.
Like, listen, let's say there's a chance he could be right, that there's something going on. If there is, I have no fucking clue what he was trying to say. Like, that's all.
That's what I was trying to get to. I didn't understand. I'm like, what's your point?
If his job was to communicate to us why there's a big fucking scheme going on, he failed
Okay, well,
miserably.
I really want to know one quick question. How can you be a whistleblower and talk like that? That don't make sense to me.
That's a good question. Yes. Plus,
the whistleblower goes immediately to Wall Street Bets.
Well,
that's talking about
that's
why.
what a well, hang on. That's what a failed whistleblower would do, because a successful whistleblower would have gotten a big paycheck from the SEC, and they would have been told, "Hey, just keep your mouth shut about this going forward."
Very true.
That's true. Yeah.
Not like make multiple accounts, and
Hasn't it
when you get
happened
banned
before,
from one account to like try it with another.
I mean, Photoshop is a good manipulator within some respects. I find it very, useful for figuring out if things are fraudulent, photoshopped documents versus actual documents.
I'm sure. I also got hate. I got hate messages from that guy a while back. I'm pretty sure it was him. Like, he was saying the exact same stuff. So I'd be surprised if it was somebody else. So I'm looking forward to the hate mail I'm going to get. Or maybe the bots will get.
Thanks, Luce. I appreciate taking it for the team.
Opinion, are you there? Earth to Opinion.
I'm always here.
How are we feeling about this talk?
I'm loving it. I mean, I haven't heard the word cock in like at least 30 minutes.
Oh, cock? All you have to do is ask. I will abscond now to do stuff. Yes.
Suspicious stuff. Well, while you're doing quote unquote stuff with your ghost friends. Would you like to wrap up this call?
Okay, that's what I was asking. All right, I think we can end on the conspiracy note. The guy that couldn't explain what was actually going on. I think it's a good place to end.
Where they put puts?
Buy UPST.
UPS.
Well, if you watch that deal on Netflix, I forgot what it was called, but it was something about petroleum.
No.
And it pretty much tells you, the old man dies. There's like, I don't know, 13 billion or some odd, and he was friends with all the presidents. He was in the back pockets of the Saudis and like everyone.
I say this endearingly, but you sound like you voice an animated character in a Netflix show. Like, that's not an insult. I say that endearingly. But hey, on that note, apparently it's totally cool to short companies that are losing money again because they're all fucking crashing today. So yeah, hey, go buy some puts. Pick a random shitty company and buy puts. Apparently. All right.
If you made it this far and you're listening on like any of the streams, YouTube or Twitch, why?
Yeah.
Best call ever.
Yeah. On that note, ladies
guys.
and gents and days, why couldn't you pick like a word that made more that? On that note, let's we'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
It must just be my portfolio on this whole short thing.